Tocca.
హరీష్, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. నిన్న ఆర్టీజీఎస్ అయిపోయిందా? ఆ, ఆ, చక్కగా రెడీ అయిందేమో.
Request everyone to please be seated. Please switch off your phones to silent mode. We shall begin shortly. Thank you. I request everyone to please take your seats. For better or worse, intelligence can come to nothing when the emotions hold sway. These words by Daniel Goleman remind us that our IQ may get us the job, but it is our EQ, our emotional intelligence, that determines how far we go and how well we have to lead.
Good morning and a hearty welcome to our respected director, Father Dr. Anish K., our principal, Dr. Anil Adsole, our chief guest, Professor Dr. Sadanand Bhosle from Savitribai Phule Pune University, our guest of honor, Father Dr. Kenneth Mesquita, our guest speakers, the teaching and non-teaching staff, research scholars, students, and participants. I am Jeremiah Lobo.
And I am Andrea Vaz, and it is with great honor that we welcome you all to our carefully curated 2-day national seminar, Emotional Intelligence, Integrating Emotional Intelligence across academic, industrial, creative, and administrative disciplines, featuring renowned experts from various fields. It's It's wonderful to see so many faces joining us today.
To begin our seminar on an auspicious note, let us invoke God's blessing with a prayer. I invite Father Vijay Chokar to lead us in prayer.
As we gather here for this seminar, I request all of you to pause for a while, take a deep breath, quieten ourselves, our minds. Let's become aware of the Almighty's presence in and around us. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together on this auspicious day. We are grateful for the grace that allows us to gather in your presence. As we begin this seminar on emotional intelligence, we ask for your wisdom and guidance. Bless our minds with clarity and our hearts with openness, so that we may learn and embrace what is good for our personal growth and become emotionally balanced human beings. In the spirit of the ancient prayer which we heard, Astoma Sadgamaya, that means lead us from untruth to truth. Tamosoma Jyotirgamaya, lead us from darkness to light. Mrutyurma Amrutam Gamaya, lead us from mortality to immortality. May this wisdom guide our thoughts and actions today and tomorrow, helping us move from confusion to understanding, from ignorance to knowledge, and from emotional turmoil to inner balance. We ask you to bless all those who have come here to present their research papers and publications, as well as all the participants. Bless the efforts of everyone who has worked diligently to ensure the smooth and successful functioning of this seminar. Enlighten our hearts and minds through the discussions that will take place today and tomorrow. Inspire our thoughts and guide us to use the knowledge we gain for your greater glory. Grant us the grace to grow in emotional maturity and to become more compassionate and balanced individuals through this seminar. Almighty God, once again, we place all our efforts into your hands and pray that you bless this gathering and everyone who is part of it. Amen.
Thank you, Father Vijay. The lighting of the lamp is a symbol of wisdom, knowledge, and new beginnings. And what better way to mark the start of this morning than by spreading light and positivity, symbolic of our college motto, Lead Me to Light. We invite our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Dr. Sadanand Bhosle, Father Dr. Kenneth Mosquita, our Director, Father Dr. Anish K., our Principal, Dr. Anil Adsule, to kindly light the lamp. We also warmly invite all our dignitaries and speakers to join and accompany them on stage for this auspicious moment.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. We request you to take your seats. I now request everyone to kindly rise and stand in attention as we play our university anthem. I now invite a respected principal to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Director Dr. Father Anish K. Sir, Father Vijay, Chief Guest of today's inaugural function, Senior Professor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. Sadanand Bhosle sir, guest of honor, our senior priest, Father Dr. Kenneth Miskita, Dr. Sanil Matthew sir, all distinguished guests, resource persons. Many of these resource persons, they have come from Kerala, Orissa, Assam. So welcome all of you. Esteemed faculty members, respected industry leaders, creative professionals, scholars, and I think teachers have come from our reputed schools as well, and dear students, a very good morning to all of you. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to St. Vincent College for this distinguished gathering centered on the theme Emotional Intelligence, Integrating EI across academic, industrial, creative, and administrative disciplines. In an era defined by rapid technological progress and unprecedented global interconnectedness, intellectual brilliance alone no longer defines excellence. Today, the most impactful leaders, innovators, and thinkers are those who combine knowledge with empathy, logic with sensitivity, and ambition with awareness. It is here that emotional intelligence emerges as one of the most vital human competencies of our time. As the renowned psychologist Daniel Goleman reminds us, if your emotional abilities are not in hand, if you do not have self-awareness and the ability to manage distressing emotions, then no matter how smart you are not going to get very far. This insight powerfully reminds us that true intelligence lies not only in mastering information, but also in mastering ourselves. Within academia, emotional intelligence nurtures curiosity, resilience, and collaborative learning. A classroom enriched with emotional awareness becomes a space where intellectual inquiry flourishes alongside mutual respect and humility. Within the industrial and professional sphere, emotional intelligence strengthens leadership and organizational culture, as the celebrated author Maya Angelou beautifully observed. People will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. In workplaces today, this truth resonates profoundly. Effective leadership is measured not merely by outcomes, but by the human experience it creates. Within the creative disciplines, emotional intelligence becomes the very essence of expression. Creativity thrives when individuals are deeply attuned to emotions, perspectives, and experiences that transcend conventional boundaries. And within administrative and governance frameworks, emotional intelligence fosters ethical leadership and responsible stewardship. As Mahatma Gandhi wisely said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. This spirit of empathy and service forms the foundation of human and visionary administration. Thus, EI stands as a powerful integrative force, one that unites disciplines, enriches professional ecosystems, and ultimately contributes to a more compassionate and thoughtful society. At St. Vincent College, we firmly believe that education must not only sharpen the intellect, but also cultivate character, sensitivity, and social responsibility. Our mission is to nurture individuals who are not only knowledgeable, but also emotionally perceptive, ethically grounded, and capable of leading with both competence and compassion. Today's deliberations promise to illuminate how emotional intelligence can be meaningfully woven into the fabric of learning, innovation, leadership, and governance. I am confident that the ideas exchanged here will inspire new perspectives and collaborations that extend far beyond the walls of this institution. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, organizers, and participants whose presence enriches this occasion. Your engagement reflects a shared commitment to shaping a future where intelligence is guided by empathy and excellence is enriched by humanity. Allow me to conclude with a powerful thought from Aristotle, who stated centuries ago, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. This timeless wisdom perfectly captures the spirit of today's theme. With these reflections, I once again warmly welcome each one of you to St. Vincent College. May today's program be intellectually stimulating, deeply reflective, and profoundly transformative. I am really, on behalf of our management, from the bottom of my heart, I welcome all of you. As we all are aware, during last 20 days, after getting permission from University of Pune to organize this seminar, staff members, teaching, non-teaching, they have put really sincere efforts, and the result is that many have turned. Otherwise, in not only in Pune city, all the colleges which are affiliated to our parent university, many colleges have organized this kind of seminar. So very difficult to manage within 10 to 15 days. So I really appreciate the efforts of our management and our teachers, our non-teaching staff. And I wish you all the best. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir, for those kind words. I now request our director, Reverend Father Dr. Anish K, to inaugurate our program by sharing a few words.
Dear respected dignitaries, the guest speakers, faculty members, and your participants. First of all, on behalf of St. Vincent's College, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this two-day national seminar on emotional intelligence. We are grateful to the University of Pune for approving and funding this seminar. I would also like to thank the principal, coordinators, faculty members, and students for their tireless efforts in organizing this seminar. St. Vincent's College began its journey in 1970 as a commerce night college for working students. From its humble beginning at St. Vincent's School Camp, it has come a long way. Today, the college offers programs at various levels, including 11th and 12th Commerce, BCom, BA, MCom, MA, and PhD in Commerce. At present, about 1,250 students attend the college. The institution continues to serve underprivileged students who face financial difficulties. Therefore, the college encourages students to work and study simultaneously so that they can pursue their education while supporting themselves and their families. Coming to the theme of this seminar, I believe that emotional intelligence is a very relevant and timely topic for discussion, especially in a world where stress levels are constantly increasing. The ability to manage our emotions is essential for maintaining productivity and healthy relationship, whether in the family, workplace, on the road, or in the society. The basic human emotions include anger, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness, and surprise. These emotions can be either destructive or constructive, depending on how they are managed. A person with well developed emotional intelligence is able to channel these emotions towards positive outcome. I think this is the third time we are quoting Daniel Goleman, and I'm also happy to have a gift in the morning. Daniel Goleman, Miss Figueredo given me this emotional intelligence. This is the book, the basic of emotional intelligence. What he highlights is several abilities and skills associated with emotional intelligence, including self-awareness, self-confidence, self-control, commitment, integrity, and the ability to communicate, influence, initiate change, and adapt to change. These abilities and characteristics define an emotionally intelligent person. Emotional intelligence is also sometimes referred to as emotional literacy. Over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we are fortunate to have eminent resource persons who are experts in their respective fields. They come from academia, industry, sustainability initiatives, creative fields, and the spiritual domain. Their sessions on various topics will help all of us to deepen our understanding of emotional intelligence. I'm also happy to see such a wonderful group of participants here, professors, teachers, research scholars, industrialists, and entrepreneurs. Thank you for taking your time to be here. I'm confident that you will have a fruitful experience listening to the speakers, interacting with one another, and reflecting on the ideas shared during this seminar. While you are here at the college, please feel at home. Our staff members and student volunteers will be available to assist you whatever you need or whenever needed. Once again, I thank the dignitaries for accepting our invitation and for gracing this occasion with their presence and blessings. I also thank the resource persons who have come from different parts of the country to share their knowledge. My sincere thanks to all the participants for taking time out for your busy schedule to be part of this seminar. Finally, I appreciate the staff and the students who have worked hard to ensure the smooth conduct of this event. I wish you all a very enriching and successful seminar. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Father, for your kind words. I invite our program coordinator, Assistant Professor Rupali Navle, to present the outline of the program.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Director, Father Dr. Anish K, Honorable Principal Dr. Anil Adsule, respected Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Zalan Bhosle, Guest of Honor, Reverend Father Dr. Kenneth Miskita, Father Vijay, distinguished resource persons and dignitaries, faculty members, researchers, and dear participants. On behalf of St. Vincent College, Pune, it is my privilege to present a brief outline of the two-day national seminar on emotional intelligence, integrating EI across academic, industrial, creative, and administrative disciplines. The primary objective of this seminar is to provide an academic platform for scholars, researchers, educators, and professionals to explore the growing significance of emotional intelligence across various domains such as education, administration, industry, and creative fields. while also fostering emotionally intelligent leadership and promoting emotional resilience. The first day of the seminar has already begun with the inaugural session, followed by 3 technical sessions by distinguished resource persons from different parts of the country, who will share their insights on the theoretical foundation and practical implication of emotional intelligence. The afternoon session will include scholars' deliberation on the role of emotional intelligence in administration, followed by paper presentations by researchers and scholars, providing an opportunity to discuss current research and innovative perspectives related to the theme of emotional intelligence. The second day will also begin with the technical sessions conducted by esteemed resource persons, including a practical based session on emotional intelligence aimed at providing participants with experiential learning and practical strategies for applying emotional intelligence in real life situations. The afternoon session will include paper presentation by scholars, providing a platform for academic discussion, research exchange, and collaborative learning. The seminar will conclude with the valedictory session, where the key outcomes will be summarized, followed by participant feedback and certificate distribution. We sincerely hope that this seminar will encourage a meaningful dialogue, innovative research, and practical insights into emotional intelligence, helping us build more empathetic, emotionally aware, and socially responsible individuals and institutions. With this brief outline, I once again extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, resource persons, and participants. I wish everyone a very enriching and productive seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are honored to have with us our esteemed chief guest for today's national seminar, Dr. Sadanand Bhosle. Professor Dr. Sadanand Bhosle is a distinguished academician and scholar in the field of Hindi literature. He currently serves as the senior professor and head of the Department of Hindi at Savitribai Phule, Pune University. With more than 25 years of teaching and research experience, Professor Dr. Bhosle has made remarkable contributions to Hindi literature, particularly in areas such as Hindi drama, Indian literature, literary history, applied linguistics, translation studies, and cinema studies. He has guided numerous research scholars, successfully supervising 12 PhD and several MPhil scholars, and has published over 70 research papers in reputed national and international journals. In addition, he has authored, edited, and translated more than 30 books, contributing significantly to literary criticism, poetry, and academic scholarship. Professor Dr. Bhosle has also held several important academic and administrative roles, including chairman of the Board of Studies in Hindi at Savitribai Phule Pune University, and membership in various academic councils and national committees. His scholarly excellence has earned him invitations to prestigious academic platforms, including participation in the 12th World Hindi Conference as a nominated scholar. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished scholar and inspiring academic leader with us today. On behalf of everyone present, I extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Sadanand Bhosle. I request our principal and director to felicitate Professor Dr. Sadanand Bhosle.
Thank you. I now invite Dominic de Cruz to introduce our guest of honor, Father Dr. Kenneth Mesquita.
We are honored to have with us our guest of honor, Father Kenneth Mesquita. Father Dr. Kenneth Mesquita is a Jesuit priest, educator, academic leader, and former director of St. Vincent College, Pune. He currently serves as the manager of St. Xavier's School, guiding its mission of holistic education grounded in the principles of the Society of Jesus. With a commitment to the integral formation of students, he emphasizes academic excellence, character development, and social responsibility. Through his leadership, the school nurtures critical and creative thinkers who are compassionate, ethical, and committed to justice, equality, and service to society. Father Mesquita continues to promote education that develops both the mind and heart, preparing students to contribute meaningfully to their communities and the wider world. On behalf of everyone present, I extend a warm welcome to Father Dr. Kenneth Mesquita. I request our principal, Dr. Anil Adsule, and director, Father Dr. Anish K, to felicitate Father Mesquita. Thank you.
I request our chief guest, Professor Dr. Sadanand Bhosle, to kindly say a few words.
धन्यवाद और आप सभी को हार्दिक नमस्कार। सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी, IQAC और सेंट विसेंट कॉलेज पुणे दोनों के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में आयोजित इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस, भावनिक बुद्धिमत्ता, इस विषय पर 2 दिन का सेमिनार संगोष्ठी जिसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है। और इस आयोजन के उद्घाटन सत्र में महाविद्यालय ने मुझे यहाँ आमंत्रित किया, इसलिए मैं महाविद्यालय के प्रति हार्दिक आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। मंच पर उपस्थित फादर और प्रबंधन परिषद मैनेजमेंट के सभी मान्यवर, इस महाविद्यालय के प्रधानाचार्य मेरे मित्र अनिल अड़सुले जी, आप सभी उपस्थित विद्वान, विद्यार्थी, अनुसंधानकर्ता और बहुत सुंदर सूत्र संचालन करने वाले विद्यार्थी और कन्वीनर, आप सभी का सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे विश्वविद्यालय देश का एक जाना माना वेल नोन यूनिवर्सिटी है, रिनॉन यूनिवर्सिटी है। आप जानते हैं सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना 10 फरवरी 1949 को 1949 को हुई और एट प्रेजेंट वर्तमान में सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी 3 जिलों में शैक्षिक, अनुसंधानात्मक और तमाम गतिविधियों का आयोजन करती है। पुणे जिला, अहिल्यानगर, अहमदनगर जिसे आप कहते थे, और नासिक। एट प्रेजेंट वर्तमान में 1103 एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट एफिलेट टू सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी, आर्ट्स, कॉमर्स, साइंस, मैनेजमेंट, मेडिकल, आयुर्वेदा, इंजीनियरिंग, इस तरह के 52 अलग अलग विषय सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी के एफिलेटेड कॉलेज में इंक्लूडिंग इन कैंपस अल्सो पढ़ाए जाते हैं। और सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे विश्वविद्यालय A++ एक्रेडिटेशन में उसका अपना मानांकन है और इस तरह के विश्वविद्यालय के साथ आपका महाविद्यालय एफिलेटेड है और आप एफिलेटेड कॉलेज और सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में आयोजित भावनिक बुद्धिमत्ता इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस इस विषय पर 2 दिन चर्चा करने वाले हैं। इसका आयोजन भी क्यों किया जा रहा है यह भी मुझे लगता है कि मैं 2 मिनट में बात करूंगा और ज्यादा बात नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि इसके बाद टेक्निकल सेशन में मुझे लगता है कि हर पहलू पर, हर एस्पेक्ट पर आप चर्चा करने वाले हैं। युवा साथियों को और टीचर्स और बहुत सारे जो गुड रिसर्चर्स हैं, हम सभी को पता है कि भावनिक बुद्धिमत्ता के बीच में एक भाषा होती है। जैसे मुझे आदरणीय अड़सुले सर ने फोन किया कि सर आपको यहाँ आना है, और मैंने कहा कि हाँ मैं आऊंगा। हमारे बीच में जो चीज है वह मुझे लगता है इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस वाली एक बात है कि मैं यहाँ आया, मैं बहुत पहले आया था क्योंकि मैं एनएसएस का डायरेक्टर था। आज की तारीख में मैं एनएसएस का डायरेक्टर नहीं हूं क्योंकि मेरे पास दूसरी जिम्मेदारी दी गई है, प्लेसमेंट सेल एंड कॉर्पोरेटिव सेल का मैं डायरेक्टर हूं, पर मैं हूं तो यहाँ। तो इस कॉलेज में इस तरह का आयोजन किया जाना चाहिए और सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी ने कुछ फंडिंग दी है। सावित्रीबाई फुले पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस को रिसर्च के लिए, सेमिनार के लिए और तमाम चीजों के लिए कुछ फंडिंग देती है और उसका वह अपना कर्तव्य भी है, इसीलिए यह आयोजन हो रहा है। जैसे उदाहरण के रूप में मैं बताऊं कि जैसे एक प्रिंसिपल है या कोई डायरेक्टर होते हैं या कोई आप कहेंगे कि आपके मैनेजमेंट काउंसिल के आदरणीय सेक्रेटरी हैं या फादर हैं, तो इस एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट का या कोई वाइस चांसलर है, किसी एक पद पर है या एचओडी है, तो उसके पास उसके विद्यार्थी हैं, कुछ एम्प्लॉई हैं और उससे आगे अपर बॉडी है। तो बीच में जब उसको हेल्दी कोऑर्डिनेशन करना होता है तो बीच में जिसे हम लोग कहते हैं कि एक भावना होती है, भावनात्मक इंटेलिजेंस, बुद्धिमत्ता कहते हैं। तो ये धीरे 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 मटेरियलिस्टिक हम एरा में जीवन जी रहे हैं। धीरे धीरे आदमी, मैं मानता हूं 80% आदमी में मशीन आया हुआ है। बहुत आजू बाजू में आप लोग देखेंगे ऑन ऑफ इस तरह का आदमी हुआ है कि कभी आप सोचिए कि एकाएक हम कहते हैं कि नहीं, हाँ, या इस तरह की चीजें कहते हैं, तो उसका एक परिणाम होता है और परिणाम से संघर्ष का निर्माण होता है, इंडिविजुअली और कलेक्टिवली संघर्ष निर्माण होता है। और फिर समाज में यदि कोई संघर्ष होता है किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट में, किसी इंडस्ट्री में, किसी विश्वविद्यालय में, तो विद्यार्थी, समाज और तमाम लीडरशिप में संघर्ष निर्माण होता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारा जीवन ठीक तरह से संचालित नहीं होता है। नेचुरली हम लोग ब्रीदिंग नहीं ले पाते हैं। इसीलिए विश्वविद्यालय का यह दायित्व है कि इस तरह के विषयों पर बहुत सारे विद्वान बात करें, उनके अनुभव को, गुड रिसर्चर जितने सारे हैं उनके पब्लिकेशन उसको पब्लिश किए जाए। हो सकता है कि इस महाविद्यालय द्वारा भी आज जितने सारे रिसर्च आर्टिकल आएंगे उसको पब्लिश करना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक चीज मुझे एक बात कहनी है, इस पर भी चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हम केवल लिविंग थिंग्स को लेकर ही बहुत सारी चिंता प्रकट करते हैं, पर मुझे लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ जो संत हैं, संतों ने ही इस कॉलेज का निर्माण किया। संत जिसे कहेंगे आप लोग, हम उसको संत कहते हैं। जैसे संत मीरा है, तो ये सारे फादर संत हैं आप सभी, क्योंकि आपके पास वह एक भाषा है कि जो आपकी, हमारी सभी भावनाओं की कद्र करती है, हम समझते हैं। मेरा निवेदन यह है कि बहुत बार मैंने देखा है कि नॉन लिविंग थिंग्स के बारे में हम लोग भावनात्मक बहुत सारी चीजों का प्रयोग नहीं करते हैं। जैसे पानी है, जैसे जमीन है, जैसे बहुत सारे पहाड़ हैं, या एयर क्वालिटी है, जिसे आज ही या कल ही आपने देखा होगा कि एयर इंडेक्स कि खराब है, पुणे का खराब है, मुंबई का खराब है। इसको किसने किया है? क्योंकि भावनात्मक रूप में हम इस चीज के साथ जुड़े नहीं हैं। आपको 1 लीटर पानी दिया जाता है तो आप पानी पीते हैं, फेंक देते हैं। 1 कप चाय दी जाती है तो आप थोड़ी पीते हैं, बाकी फेंक देते हैं। तो दैट इज नॉट गुड। इसके साथ भी जुड़ा होना चाहिए। और आदमी ही केवल जीने के लिए हकदार नहीं है, आदमी के अलावा भी बहुत सारे जानवर हैं, नॉन लिविंग थिंग्स हैं। तो उसके साथ भी मुझे लगता है इमोशनल अटैचमेंट होनी चाहिए, जो कि बहुत बार नहीं हो रही है। इसलिए फिर से हम इंसान बनने की कोशिश करेंगे। और बहुत सारे हमारे इसके पहले जो संत हुए हैं, लीडर्स गुड या सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हुए हैं, जिन्होंने इस विषय को लेकर अपना और समाज का बहुत सारा उद्धार किया है। तो यही कामना है। इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस, भावनात्मक बुद्धिमत्ता यदि किसी में मैंने पिछली देखी है, पास्ट में जाकर हम लोग देखेंगे, भूतकाल में देखेंगे, तो छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, उनके पास कुछ भी नहीं था, शिवाजी महाराज ने केवल इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस के द्वारा ही अपने सारे सैनिकों में, समाज में, किसानों में एक इस तरह की भावना का निर्माण किया कि एक अकेला राजा ऐसा है, एक लीडर ऐसा है कि लोग सोचते थे कि मैं मर जाऊं पर राजा जिंदा रहना चाहिए। तो एक प्रिंसिपल, एक वाइस चांसलर, एक मैनेजर या एक परिवार में भी आप लोग देखेंगे कि आप लीडर होते हैं, मम्मी डैडी जिसे आप लोग कहेंगे, और फिर परिवार के सदस्यों के साथ साथ आपका एक परिवेश होता है, आपके पड़ोसी होते हैं, आपकी गली होती है, आपका मोहल्ला होता है, आपका तहसील होता है, आपका एक जिला होता है, आपका एक राज्य होता है, आपका एक देश होता है और विश्व भी होता है। तो विश्व कल्याण के लिए जब हम सोचते हैं तो इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है। इसीलिए इस पर हमें सोचना होगा कि मेरा अपना नहीं है, ये मेरा सब कुछ नहीं है, ये तो गॉड ने दिया हुआ है, ये तो ईश्वर ने दिया हुआ है, ये तो नेचर ने दिया हुआ है। इसलिए बहुत बार हम बहुत बार सोचते हैं कि इस महाविद्यालय में 1250 से ज्यादा विद्यार्थी हैं, इस महाविद्यालय के परिसर में पेड़ कितने हैं, हम सोचते हैं ना, सोचना चाहिए ना, क्योंकि आपको ऑक्सीजन की आवश्यकता है। तो पेड़ के प्रति हमारी एक संस्कृति रही है, भारतीय संस्कृति रही है कि जब बच्चे का जन्म होता था तो एक पौधा रोपा जाता था, क्योंकि ऑक्सीजन की आवश्यकता है हमारे लिए। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस एस्पेक्ट में भी डिस्कशन होना चाहिए और क्वालिटी पेपर्स पब्लिश हो, विश्वविद्यालय को दिए जाए। विश्वविद्यालय का यही एक उद्देश्य होता है। और अंत में कबीर के 2 पंक्तियां मैं आपको बताऊं, इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस को लेकर कबीर मुझे लगता है प्रासंगिक है। उन्होंने कहा है, पोथी पढ़ी पढ़ी जगमुआ पंडित भयानक होय, पोथी पढ़ी पढ़ी जगमुआ पंडित भयानक होय, 2.5 अक्षर प्रेम का पढ़े सो पंडित होय। इसलिए आप कितने विद्वान हैं, कितने इंटेलेक्चुअल हैं, यदि आपका सहृदय व्यवहार नहीं है, हार्ट टू हार्ट आप इस भाषा से बात नहीं करते हैं, तो शायद मुझे लगता है फिर से इस तरह के विषयों पर चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मुझे आपने सुना, मुझे यहाँ बुलाया और मेरा बहुत बड़ा सम्मान किया, इसलिए आप सभी के प्रति हार्दिक धन्यवाद, आभार।
Thank you, sir, for those enlightening words. I now request our guest of honor, Reverend Father Dr. Kenneth Mesquita, to address the gathering.
Forward. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good morning to you. Reverend Father Dr. Anish, Director, Principal Dr. Atsule, our Chief Guest Sadanand Bhosle, dignitaries, speakers, respected professors of the college, staff members, and dear students. I'd like to begin by asking a simple question. Why is it that some people with extraordinary intelligence struggle in relationships and also sometimes in leadership and teamwork? Why? While others with average intelligence somehow are able to manage people, manage teams, and then do remarkably well. Why is it that some people with excellent paper qualifications seem to get jobs easily, but don't seem able to retain their jobs? While others who have different skills, social skills, and emotional intelligence can hold on to their jobs rather easily. And the answer is very simply, they have more emotional intelligence. This concept we know, as has been mentioned earlier, was kind of originated and popularized by Daniel Goleman. But now in colleges and universities, what we are seeing is a great emphasis on the intellectual ability of students. And of course, on their passing the examinations, which doesn't often require intellectual ability. These are extremely important things, problem solving, analytic thinking, and so on. No doubt. But only knowledge does not determine how effectively we collaborate and how effectively we lead and teach and learn. So I'd like you to consider a classroom where there is a discussion going on and there are different opinions being held, and the student may also not hold the same opinion as a professor. There are problems in that classroom unless they have emotional intelligence. I'd like you to consider a research group which may experience disagreement because of ideas, etc. And so the outcome is not as pleasant as we would like it to be unless they have emotional intelligence. So let me illustrate this with a little incident. Once there was a senior manager of an organization, and he was having his breakfast in a hurry because he wanted to get to work on time. And everything was ready on the breakfast table. His wife was there putting the finishing touches. And his daughter was also there getting ready for school and having her breakfast. And she accidentally knocked the cup of coffee over and it fell onto the sleeves of her father. And he was extremely upset, shouted at her. Now he had to go and change his shirt, and that meant getting late. There was silence in the house. He got ready, got into the car, got his daughter into the car, but he was very upset. So he drove rashly, so rashly that the police caught him and he got a ticket. Going further, they reached the school, but it was already late. So the principal welcomed them and gave them a scolding over there because the daughter was late. Then he went off to his workplace and he was all flustered and angry and he was late there also. Now consider if he reacted differently when the coffee was spilled on his shirt. It was an accident. He excused his daughter for being a little careless, dressed up quickly, dressed up nicely because he was still in a good mood, took his daughter in the car. They talked pleasantly, not like the previous time when you had her absolutely silent and afraid, and he was angry. No, they talked pleasantly and they reached. A little late, but they asked to be excused. Likewise, when he went to the office, they asked to be excused. Two different scenes, my dear friends. One, when he lacked emotional intelligence. The other, when he showed emotional intelligence and reacted properly. Understanding what is going on in the mind of the other person, understanding what was going on in the mind of his daughter, he could have changed his whole attitude. There would have been a pleasant situation in the house. His wife would have been happy. That's the difference between having intelligence, emotional intelligence, and having only intellectual intelligence. I don't want to go further because many people have already spoken about this and we would be overlapping, taking your time. But I just prepared a very short PowerPoint And that is a kind of an overview of what probably will be developed during these next 2 days. So you have emotional intelligence, the key to personal and academic success. I see how the group there in the left-hand side is happy because things are going well. Not going on. So, what is emotional intelligence is explained over here. So, in 4 parts, you have the first thing to do is to perceive emotions, recognize the emotions in yourself and your emotions in the others also. I don't know. Secondly, using emotions, channel feelings to facilitate your thinking. Thirdly, understanding the emotions. Understanding the emotions that are going on. Comprehend emotional language and relationships. Understand yourself first and understand what's going on the other. How you are angry because the coffee has been spilt on you, but how the other person is also upset because she didn't mean it. It just happened and she's afraid. Can we put her at ease? And the fourth point is managing emotions. Regulate yourself and regulate others in a gentle way, and this will help for personal growth. You see? Yeah. So this is just some kind of statistics over here. The EI academic performance link. So you see here, some studies have been done, 158 studies analyzed, comprehensive meta-analysis, number of participants, 42,000 plus, students across diverse settings, and the variance between the two is 2.3. That's the variance in academic performance. So how EI drives academic success? Through self-regulation. You get enhanced performance. Then you have positive psychological traits, which boost self-efficacy, motivation, and resilience. And then you have reduced test anxiety. You're not worried about exams and so on. So this is the difference between two people, two students who are very tense. One does not know what to do. Depression. And scoping, she has work on the laptop, but she's scoping. That's the difference. So this is the real world impact. Academic achievement, if you have EI, job performance, they see how very happy they are and how they're working as a team. And this is health and well-being, enhanced physical health, mental wellness, and life satisfaction. She's totally happy. And that's what life is all about. She's at peace. Seemingly no problems. So this is the methods to develop your emotional intelligence, practice self-awareness, develop empathy. That empathy means getting into the skin of the other, improve emotion regulation, and finally, enhance your social skills. Build stronger relationships. That's what it means. Build stronger relationships and communication through practice. The future is emotionally intelligent. It's a critical predictor and it empowers students. So you see the road going up, going upwards, on the road to success. Emotional intelligence, the key to personal and academic success. Dear friends, I want to thank the management, Father Anish and Dr. Adsule and the staff and the whole team of workers. Congratulate the students also. I want to thank them and congratulate them for their efforts and for the success which I'm sure will come from these 2 days. It's great to see the organization that has taken place and great to see the response from everybody. And I think it's a great thing, and for the college itself, I'm sure it will take the college further. This is the national seminar, and that's something that needs to be recognized and appreciated. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Father Kenny, for those kind words. As we reach the end of the inaugural ceremony, we thank all our dignitaries for gracing the occasion. We thank you all for taking time out from your busy schedules to be here with us today. We request all the dignitaries to take your seats in the front rows. We shall shortly begin with the technical sessions.
Is a clinical psychologist with experience in psychotherapy, psychological assessment, teaching, and research. He completed his doctoral training in clinical psychology at Loyola University, Maryland. During his training, he gained clinical experience at institutions such as University of San Francisco Counseling and Psychological Services, Towson University Counseling Center, and the Anxiety and Stress Disorders Institute of Maryland. His work includes providing psychotherapy, conducting psychological assessments, and facilitating group therapy using evidence-based approaches such as CBT, DBT, and ACT. Father has also been actively involved in research on community mental health, including suicide prevention and youth mental health in India. His scholarly contributions include publications, conference presentations, and academic writing in the field of psychology. He currently serves as Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Psychology at Loyola College of Social Sciences, where he contributes to teaching, research, and mental health initiatives. I request Dr. Madhuri Brahmani to felicitate Dr. Sanal Matthew Mayalkunal with a token of our appreciation.
First, huh?
Thank you. I now request Dr. Sanal to take over his session.
Your name is
Jolina.
Jordan. Thank you, Jordan, for that nice introduction. Good morning. Hello, good morning. We are in a national conference, and I thought that was why everyone put on a very long face from the beginning, very seriously listening and paying attention and wondering what is going on. Shall we relax a little bit? It is a national conference all the same, no worries. Shall we relax a little bit? Oh, camera is there. Okay. Oh, okay. For the online participants, hi. Can I slide it with this? So, slide. Oh. Okay, so before we begin, shall we energize our brain a little bit? Shall we? Yes. Okay, so what a simple activity, what you're going to do is, can you hold the mic for me, Gilby sir? Or am I loud? Can you hear me at the back? Yes. So what you're going to do is clap twice, then touch your ears like this. Okay? Clap twice, touch your ears once. Okay? Second time when you do it, again, clap twice. The hands should reverse. First, if it is this way, the other way it should go around. Okay? Second time. Shall we do it once? Okay. Reverse. Forward. Reverse. Forward. Reverse. Shall we increase the speed? Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more time. Speed. Still faster, faster. Okay. Thank you very much. That's a simple brain activating exercise. What you're actually coordinating is your left and right brain by moving your hands and touching both the ears. So thank you for engaging in that. So this is the topic, though Jolin read in different ways. I thought of framing it this way: scripted selves, early messages, emotional skills, and wellness. So that covers, kind of summarizes what I'm trying to do here. So I like to start by this news that came out recently. Can you all see the screen? So this is a news that came, it was reported in NDTV online newspaper on the 27th of February, just recently. And this was a global study that was conducted. About 84 countries were covered in that, huge number of responses. And something interesting for India was, mental health and well-being index they assessed. So the mental health quotient, as they call it, like EQ, IQ, mental health quotient, score of 33 for young people in India. Under 35, they had an index of 33 out of 100. But interestingly, people who are above the age of 55 they had 95 index. So the study shows our young people are suffering from poor mental health indices, which is concerning. It is not something to be proud of. We heard the news recently from Noida, right? 3 young girls from the same family committing suicide just because their father took away the phone and stopped them from playing the games. That is the reported reason. We don't know whether other reasons are present as well. But this was the statistic. This is something alarming for our country. This is something very concerning that all of us should be bothered about. And that way, I really like to congratulate the organizers, St. Vincent's College, with the great support from Pune University, for organizing a seminar of this theme. It is something very important, very relevant. That is why we are all gathered here. And I appreciate each of you and who are participating online for being present here, because this is a very relevant concern of our time, and we are engaging in serious reflections and deliberations about that. So let me kick off by moving on to the next space. Some of these statements, if you see, do they sound familiar in our daily life? For example, sometimes parents wonder, why did I snap at my child? At the end of the day, but you just, not just this simple snap, you got angry at your child. They were saying something or playing, and then you suddenly got angry at them. Then some lovers might be wondering, why did she say during dinner, you always are like that, you always do this, you always say that? Why? Or I was arguing with my partner or a friend, suddenly that person just walked away. How could he do that? We wonder sometimes. And when we are seriously upset and worried and concerned, nobody in the house or in the friend circle seems to notice. Why are they not noticing that I'm upset? I'm angry. Sounds familiar? Okay. Keep those questions in mind. So basically what we will do is, I will welcoming you to this session, and what we are going to do is, emotional intelligence is a very complex and detailed topic. There are a lot of things to speak about and cover, and yet I'll be focusing on one aspect of it, like how we internalize some of our scripts which contribute to poor mental health, and how recognizing in a mindful way those scripts that we have internalized and correcting them can change and transform our lives, leading to better mental health outcomes. So we will understand what subliminal perception is and how we subliminally internalize many of the messages that we, from the environments we grow in. And we will also try to learn some practical tools that can help us manage and navigate these scripts that we have learned. And why are they important? Because it will help our personal growth as well as in our academic and professional life. So that is the purpose and goal of this session. So I would like to start off by showing you a video, and I want us to pay attention. Bear with me while I pull this up. It's a video titled Who Done It, that is, who did it. So what you're going to do is watch a video, pay attention, okay? So the person introduces the video. Is the audio supported here? Okay, let me see. How do I connect the audio here, sir? Okay, let me see. It has audio, right? I'll shift it. Yeah. Let me choose the option here. I monitor.
We think, yeah, we're in a moment. Who don't even need to listen to this talk. So we're going to have a little test. Okay?
It's going to be a test.
Get ready to try and work this out. You need to act as Sherlock Holmes and work out who killed Lord Smythe. Are you ready?
Going to be part of an investigation.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place?
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir. I was planting my petunias in the potting shed. Constable, arrest Lady Smythe. How did you know, madam? As any horticulturist will tell you, one does not plant petunias until May is out. Take her away. It's just a matter of observation. The real question is, how observant were you?
There were 21 changes during that short clip. Now you see.
Really, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir. I was planting my petunias in the potting shed. Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
Okay. So, how many of you noticed at least one change? Not a single one? Okay. Anyone here noticed at least one change that happened during the... Okay, which was the change you noticed? Yeah, he was holding the rolling pin and it changed to some other, like this chapati machine kind of thing. Okay. What else? Okay. Yeah, they changed the flower vase. Okay. Anyone notice more than one? One obvious change was the person who was speaking, the investigator. You notice the change of coat that he was wearing, first a gray one, then he changed into off-white, white kind of coat. So there were 21 changes that they made in that short span of time. But what happens is, it happens to all of us. Nobody will be able to notice all the 21 changes because there are so many. It is a typical reaction of our daily life. There are so many things happening by way of communication and transactions in our daily life, and we hardly notice any of them because we are so focused on something. We are so focused on getting our targets met, getting our assignments done, our portions covered, getting the household chores done, getting the deadlines met. So many engagements geared towards meeting our targets and goals. We are so focused in our daily life. So many things that transpire around us in our normal life, we miss them. And the important part is they play us critical information. They play a very serious role in our perception and our experiences. I can show you one example from what I did. How many of you noticed in the title slide that I have made one word in bold letters as part of my address? Did you notice? This one? Yeah. Normally, how do you pronounce when you refer to that state? Kerala. But recently, central government passed a motion in the parliament changing the name, approving the name change to Keralam, which is the original name we call, as Malayalis, we call it Keralam. But the rest of the world calls it Kerala, but actual name is Keralam. So that subtle changes, things like that, we fail to notice. That is just an example that I'm giving you. So let's come back to this idea of what is subliminal perception. Liminal is the basic limit at which we start perceiving something, and subliminal is right below that level of absolute threshold, what we call in perception, right? Just below that. There are many things that happen right below that. For example, right now you are, I believe, paying attention to me speaking. You are looking at me, you're paying attention to the words that I'm speaking. But in your eye span of vision, there are so many things in the background. There's the screen, there is this podium, there is the stage, the note is there and the speaker here, curtain there. So many things that are there in your span of vision, and yet we are focused on this, focusing on me, who is as a resource person speaking here. If somebody is doing some mild dance or moving around there, we kind of miss that. though it is in the span of vision. So that is subliminal perception. Sometimes we notice it, but we don't pay attention to it. So they have very important impact on our emotional life. For example, when your parents communicate to you, when they talk to you, the tone of voice, for example, can make a big difference. And we perceive that subliminal tone, right? For example, your name, RMC? Jeremiah. So suppose Jeremiah's parent tells Jeremiah, 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 same words, but the tone makes a big difference. He understands the subliminal message that is being communicated by the tone of voice in which the parent calls his name. So that is important. We need to understand this language of subliminal perception. So that shapes our attitudes, emotional responses, and self-concept. And there are so many sources of subliminal perception. The main ones are for us from our family, the school environment as we grow up, the media, especially these days, we have the social media, internet, and the print media, everything. Movies, advertisements, all those are part of the media that influence us. Then the many cultural cues. India is a country with so many states, and each state has a culture of its own. And within the state, there are so many subcultures, subcultures. So we have enormous diversity in our cultural experience as Indians themselves. Then these embed our beliefs and attitudes about ourselves as well. So subliminally, we develop many life scripts, many things about us, statements, beliefs, attitudes about us. Those are generally called life scripts. And what are they? Deeply embedded beliefs and emotional patterns. It is in some ways, we can say it is our self-view, who we perceive ourselves to be, who I believe I am as a person, physically, spiritually, psychologically, relationally, socially, how I am. That is our whole life script. And these scripts are often absorbed unconsciously, subliminally, to say to a most great extent, from our early life experiences and to our later life experiences. Our sources, again, family interactions and expectations, they form some of our core narratives, core life skills or life beliefs, life scripts. School, peers, and media, they form our social experience, our relational experience of who we are in the society, especially in comparison to others, people of our age, of our community, of our society. We compare ourselves with other people and understand who we are from the messages we get through our school, peers, and the media. Then we are all part of a culture. We are all part of a religious experience, particularly in India. And those cultural beliefs or experiences and religious teachings that we adhere to also shape the way we perceive ourselves as to who we are and who we should be. Those things are important to understand. So many of these communications that we receive from our family, school, media, and culture, we internalize them, that we make them our own and we believe them. And once we believe in something, we start acting according to those beliefs. So scripts are shaped by very subtle cues, emotional tone, and repeated exposure. Like I demonstrated how the tone of voice in how Jeremiah is called makes a difference in the way he understands what is happening. Then they often process below conscious awareness. When Jeremiah's father or mother calls him Jeremiah, it is subconscious. Oh my God, dad is angry or mother is angry. He processes that subliminally. So that communicates to him something about how he should behave or act in that moment. So subliminally we perceive that. And it influences our immediate behaviors as well as our lifelong behaviors, how we perceive and experience the whole world. And there are many neuroscientific insights to back these findings, like research by these people, very difficult names, so you read for yourself. Research shows lasting effects of internalized scripts. And we all know that from our very life, we have experienced some of the scripts we have internalized. I'll show you examples after this, how we have perceived who we are. Our beliefs about ourselves, our self-view, self-concept was hugely developed by these many subliminally internalized life scripts that we have developed over the course of our life. Our family messages that we receive while growing up, especially from our biological family or otherwise, is very critical. And children, as children, we absorb many of these things, especially in a very young age. We absorb many of these things from the emotional tone in the voice of the parent or guardian and the expectations they place on us. Oh, you should grow up, you should be a good boy or a good girl, you should be this, you should be that in the future, you should bring pride to our family. All those subtle messages, very affectionately communicated, but they become our life scripts. They become our expectations of who we are. And that will also determine how miserable we feel when we don't meet those expectations. Personally, I can share you an example from my own life. My family, we are 4 boys, and I'm the youngest. All my 3 brothers were like masti majak people. Like, they were not very serious about their studies. And my dad, who was a government servant, was called a number of times to school to be chastised or complained about his children, his sons. And he used to go there, meet the teachers, apologize, and come back. It used to be kind of a regular thing for him. And then I somehow happened to be a good student, and I used to study well. And while I was in 5th grade, the Jesuits took over the school I was studying in. And then by 6th standard, they introduced this prospectus. Every term they used to introduce prospectus. And I happened to be the first in my division. And when the PTA meeting happens, the student who scored the highest mark for that semester would be asked to stand up, and the parent would stand up, and everybody would clap. Oh, well done. And my father would feel so proud, because all the previous times he has come to school is to get embarrassed. So I remember the first time it happened, that night, he came before I was going to bed. He hugged me tightly, kissed me with tears rolling down his eyes. He said, "You are God's gift to me. You made me so proud and happy. God has sent you to take away my shame." Oh my God. As a 6th standard student, that was a heavy burden. I didn't realize it at the time. So I took it on myself to please and make my dad proud. So from that time, I became very competitive, extremely competitive. I cannot afford to be second place in the class. No, that's not me. Sanil cannot be second place. No, because my father would be worried and he would be sad if I'm not first place. So it's not just about studies. In the playground, I was so competitive. I couldn't afford to lose even for a run, when we play cricket or football. No, I would fight my life and win the match somehow. Because my father has to be proud, because Sanil has to be number 1 everywhere. So academics, games, in my life, with my fight with my brothers, everywhere, I had to win. And this pattern continued for many years. And when I joined the seminary, it continued. My God, some of my early companions would hate those days, because I was so competitive, fiercely fighting with them for anything and everything. Cannot afford to lose. That was not anything in my syllabus. In my vocabulary, there is no word called failure and losing out. No, I couldn't afford. Then through a lot of counseling and spiritual direction and things like that, I realized that this was the starting point, 6th standard. And then with a lot of work over the years, I've been able to let loose, able to afford to lose. And now I'm kind of comfortable with it, but I still remember, or I still have those experiences of that script, which my father gave me at that time. He didn't mean it, okay? Please don't, my father is a good man. He's going to be 90 next September. Don't blame him. He's a very good person. But unknowingly, he had communicated that message to me. And it impacts me even to this day. So all of us will have experiences of that kind, how our scripts that we have internalized from the family determines how we are today. Make that point. So this gives us, these subliminally internalized perspectives from our family gives us an idea of who we are, as my self-worth. Am I good? Am I bad? Am I competent? Am I loved? All those things will come from these messages. Then let us look at some of the messages we internalize from our media. How do we do that? So media, repeated exposure to media, that is newspapers, TV, cinemas, internet, now social media, Instagram, Facebook, anything and everything that you take, there is always messages about how we should appear, what should be the ideal body type, and how a perfect body type, inverted commas, perfect body type determines your self-worth. Messages are constantly coming at us. And somehow we tend to internalize a lot of that. And it is not just about body image. It's about how we appear, how we dress up, how we talk to people, whom we associated with, who our friends are, where we are from. All these will communicate, messages that we receive from the media will tell us who we should be or what is wrong with who we are now. Again, in inverted commas, what is wrong? So those messages we internalize. And that will also lead to a lot of social comparison dynamics. We tend to compare ourselves with all our people. Today, many youngsters, Gen Z and other people, young people, complain about cyberbullying and feeling low and depressed. Way back in, we can say that now, way back in 2016, because we are already in 2026. In 2016 itself, studies had come out internationally showing more than 3 hours of Facebook use. At the time, 2016, Facebook was the thing. So more than 3 hours of Facebook use makes people more susceptible to depression and anxiety, particularly depression. And you know why? That is true. That holds true even today. When you scroll the social media for so long and you see all these updates from your friends and the people you know and the celebrities, and especially if you have had a rough day, at the end of the day, you watch this for a long time and then you feel, oh my God, all other people are enjoying life. Why is my life alone is a tragedy? Why am I not able to celebrate? Because in social media, invariably people post only wonderful things, good things about life. Yeah, chilling at the local dhaba with coffee and tea and anything and everything we celebrate and post on instant Instagram handles, and somehow communicate to the world that we are happy, even though we had a rough day. These communications somehow we internalize saying, all others are happy, only I am sad. So what is wrong with me? So that tends to make us feel depressed, upset, angry, sometimes anxious. So this dynamic continues even now. And our cultures, the cultures that we are from, maybe it is the linguistic cultures, the state-wise cultures, the religious cultures that we are from, the family cultures that we are from, all those give us messages about who we are and what we should be and what we should not be, what we should aspire to be. These messages keep coming to us and we internalize them. So let's take some practical examples. Take a moment to look at these. And if you can, note at least one or two of these which you have experienced in your life. Please make a note of that if you can. Or anything similar. This is not an exhaustive list. Some of these or anything similar. It is okay to make mistakes. Have you received that message from your family? Or you should always be perfect? No, think about it. I must perform to be loved. If you do well, mommy will love you. If you don't do well, oh, mommy is so sad. Have you heard those messages? Have you felt that I belong to this family because I feel loved? They love me. Or have you heard constantly and tend to believe there is something inherently wrong with me because nobody seems to be happy? Anything and everything I do is wrong. People always complain about me. My family is not happy with me. Is that our experience? Or something I experienced, I must please to be safe. That was the internalized belief I had. I must perform and do well so that my father will love me. So is that, or anything similar is your belief? Or keep distance to be okay. Okay, don't mess up with anything. Everything should be in order, pakka, neat. You don't go around, poke around into your nose in anybody else's business. So messages like that have we internalized. Please try to identify one of these or any similar messages that you've received from your family which you have internalized. And make a note of that. Have you done that? Hello? Have you made a note of any of these or anything similar? Okay, shall we move on to the next? Let us look at our media and cultural influences. Some examples are here. See whether any of these applies to you, anything similar applies to you. Be flawless to be admired, especially with regard to your body type. Six-pack, lean, mean for men, and the hourglass figure or 0 degree, whatever is for women. Do we feel that? Or you should always be upbeat, energetic, lively, bubbly, cheerful. Don't look sad. Don't appear sad. Is that the message we are receiving? Or buy this and you will be good. You should be using, if it is a watch, it should be this particular brand. The shirt, the sari, the chudidar, the suit, whatever you're wearing, it should be of this particular brand. Then your inherent value is increased. Or the car that you're using, or the location where your house is built, or the people you associated with, or the things you buy, or the restaurants you go to. Those things define who we are in the society. Have you received messages of that kind? Then, beauty equals worth. If I'm beautiful, if I'm handsome, people will like me. If I'm not beautiful, again, these are all subjective terms. Who can arbitrarily decide what is beautiful, what is not beautiful, what is handsome, what is not handsome? So, but have we internalized a message of this kind? Hustle non-stop. Success defines you. Always work hard, non-stop. Don't rest, don't relax. Always be on the edge. Work hard continuously, because your success defines who we are. If you don't get straight A, you are miserable, you're a failure. Or you don't get the highest paying job, you are a failure. If you don't have so many friends, this wide social network, you are a failure. Have you received messages of that kind? Or have you also received messages like, it's okay to make mistakes. You can reinvent yourself. You may have made a mistake. That's fine. Learn from that. And let's learn something new. Let's start over. Have you received messages of that kind? And finally, let's also look at this. From our educational settings, whether it be school or college that we are going to, learning is possible for me. Do we get that message? The other day, one client came to our clinic and she was struggling with her academics, facing disciplinary issues from the college she's going to. She's in an MBA program and she wanted to be in a managerial position, but the college tells her, all of you are not good to be in a managerial position. You take your MBA and we will get you the sales job. You're all good for only that. Not that sales job is anything bad, but that is considered in that parlance of MBA language. Managerial positions are higher level jobs and sales positions are like lower level jobs. And you are all not capable. You will only get sales jobs. We will assure you get sales jobs, but don't try to be managerial. Just do the basics and finish the program. And this girl is a very inspiring student. She wants to reach the top. She has already taught in a college and has experience, and she is now thinking of career changes going up. But the message the institution is giving her is, don't strive hard because you're not capable. So have we received messages of that kind? Mistakes help me grow. Or we had a zero mistake tolerance policy in our school. Think about it. Have I internalized the belief that my teachers believe in me? That I'm capable of achieving what they're setting up for me? Or I'm incapable? If I struggle, I'm not smart. Have we received the message from the school that if I'm struggling in my studies, oh, you are a backbencher, you're not good? Is that the message we have received? Or grades define my worth. If I get good grades, I'm a good student. Doesn't matter whether I'm not good at sports, I'm not good at arts or anything, but if I get good grades, I am the best student. Is that how our school treated us? Or stay quiet unless you are sure. If you have a doubt, or if you have an answer to give when the teacher asks a question, if I'm not sure of the answer, it is better to be quiet. What if the answer that I'm saying is wrong? Then everyone will humiliate me. I'll be embarrassing myself in front of the class. Is that the message that we have received? So think about this. Which of these or anything similar have we internalized? Now, once we identify some of the scripts that we have internalized, using mindful exercises, we can rewrite those scripts. And that is where our emotional intelligence comes into play, EI. Our emotional intelligence, if we are growing in it, if you are good at it, it helps us identify the life scripts that are not helping us and rewrite it. Let's see how that can be done. We know mindfulness is a non-judgmental, present moment attention that enhances self-awareness. Kabat-Zinn always mentions that. So, even if we have internalized some of the unhelpful life scripts, let's not be judgmental or critical about who gave us those scripts or how we internalize that. Let's be kind to ourselves. It's okay. Life was like that. It has happened. I have internalized that script. So the question is, without judging, how can I work on improving it? So we have to notice the thoughts and feelings associated with that. And we have this research backing to suggest that mindfulness increases our metacognitive insight and emotional clarity. Interrupts habitual reactions and supports healthier responses. When we are mindful, we are able to break these patterns. Break the patterns that are not helpful. And we are able to make critical interventions, rewriting of some of the life scripts so that we feel better, improve our mental health. And it enhances our awareness, helps our emotions, our bodily sensations, and everything. So when we are mindfully looking at our lives, we will also realize some of the life scripts we have internalized and how damaging that can be. And we can use our emotional intelligence to change those. So many things we talked about. Maybe let's, now that we are talking about mindfulness, let's take a moment to just realize who we are. Shall we take a few deep breaths? With mask, it can be a little hard, but feel comfortable. Let's sit straight and take a few deep breaths. For a moment, just be aware of where we are. We are at St. Vincent's College, on the 3rd floor in the conference hall, attending this national seminar. We've been listening to a lot of things about emotional intelligence from the moment we came in. In the last few minutes, we were speaking about, hearing about the various life scripts that we have internalized. Once again, a few deep breaths. All right. Kindly open your eyes. So we looked at the various scripts we have received from family, from our school, from our media and culture. If you can, whether you want to write it, you're free to write that, or you can do it mentally as well. Identify one automatic script that we have received from any of these. One life script that we have received, either from our family or school or media or culture, and see, identify those. Anyone. And emotional intelligence, it will help us because it is the ability to perceive, understand, and manage our emotions. That is what emotional intelligence is all about. So the core components is self-awareness. That is what we are trying to do. Becoming aware of what is the core life skill that is determining our life today. And we are trying to self-regulate empathetically, understandingly, and we see how this can improve our social skills. So we will transform at least one of our internalized life script, and that will enable us for healthier responses to ourselves as well as to the society. So identify one such limiting life script and try to rewrite that for yourself. If it is not helping you, if it is limiting you in becoming who you are, identify that life script. For example, I must be perfect. If that is the message we have received, let's try to rewrite as I am enough as I am. I don't need to be somebody else. I don't need to continuously perform. I can be myself. I am good in myself. I have my inherent worth and qualities. We will skip this part maybe, I think.
time is a factor. So when we do this exercise of mindfully becoming aware of our internalized life scripts, especially those that are not helping us, and rewriting them, how will that help us? That will give us towards a holistic well-being. The outcomes we expect by that process is emotional clarity and regulation. At least we will understand why we do what we do. Some of the questions we asked right at the beginning, why do they do what they do? Or why do they say what they do? We will understand that with clarity. That will give us resilience and self-compassion. That will also give us an idea that it's okay, this is the life script that I've internalized. It's not my fault. Having compassionate attitude towards ourselves that way, we will be able to consciously work towards rewriting it, changing it, and improving ourselves. That will lead to becoming more self-reliant, resilient, and compassionate to ourselves. That will improve our relationships. Once we start becoming compassionate and kind to ourselves and start reworking on our limiting life scripts, we will be more kind and compassionate to others. Once we do that, our relationships will improve. And it is culturally very relevant for us from India and the whole of South Asia, for example, understanding how some of the family dynamics, some of the cultural implications, religious implications limit us. So some of the practical tools it is not a one day or one time process. We have to engage in this mindful awareness of looking at our life scripts in a continuous manner. So daily mindfulness practice can be very helpful. Set aside 5 to 10 minutes every day to process of this kind. Some of us will benefit from emotional intelligence journaling, like, now that we are in this conference for a couple of days and we are going to understand more and more about our emotional intelligence and its capacities and dynamics, we will be able to engage in something like a journaling, focusing on this aspect. That will improve our experience. Recognizing our scripts again and rewriting them will help us. And pausing and noticing during the busy day, that will also help us. So we don't have time for this discussion and engagement, but at the same time, are there any quick questions or thoughts that you have? We covered an extensive topic, but at the same time, any quick thoughts or responses or clarifications for a couple of minutes? Do you think what I shared was true, or does that make sense? Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Okay, in that case, thank you. Let us continue our journey. Let's enjoy the ongoing practice of mindfulness and emotional intelligence. Thank you for your engagement, and God bless you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Father Dr. Sanal Matthew Mayukundu, for his insightful section on mindfulness, emotional intelligence, and holistic well-being during this national seminar on emotional intelligence, integrating EI across academic, industrial, creative, and administrative disciplines. We also extend our thanks to all the dignitaries, faculty members, organizers, and participants whose presence and support made this seminar a success. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching session.
Thank you, Jordan. Our second speaker for the day is Dr. Joe Patel, who will be enlightening us on the topic emotional intelligence in building healthy relationships. I invite Angelina Swaminathan to introduce our speaker.
Dr. Joe Patel is a clinical counseling psychologist based in Thrissur with over 18 years of professional experience in the field of mental health. Over the course of his career, he has provided psychological support to more than 50,000 individuals and has completed over 80,000 hours professional tasks. He is an active member of the American Psychological Association and currently serves as a counselor at the Archdiocese Marriage Tribunal, offering guidance in matters related to marital counseling, psychological assistance. He also contributes to academic and priestly formation as a professor in several major and minor seminars. Through his extensive work in counseling, teaching, and community outreach, he continues to make a significant contribution to mental health awareness and support across Kerala. I request Dr. Gilby John to felicitate Dr. Joe Padiyathil with a token of an appreciation.
Welcome.
Person who has highest IQ. Yeah, correct. That's the person, a South Korean, Young Hoon Kim is his name. He has 276 IQ. Okay. Then, can you name some of the persons with high intellectual quotient or emotional intelligence? Just to say, there are so many people. What about Nelson Mandela? He has, how much will be his intellectual, emotional quotient? Is he high? But what about Mahatma Gandhi? Okay. What about Mother Teresa? The persons I told later, are they good in emotional intelligence or are they good in IQ? They are good in EQ. Most of the people who succeed in life, in leadership, in society are people who have more emotional intelligence. Okay, so now let us think about a person in our own life who influenced the most. Think and name a person. Write down. Write down a person who influenced your whole life. Name the person. Maybe your father, maybe your mother, maybe your school teacher, anyone. Name a person who has influenced you most in your life. Everybody will have somebody. Name the person. Who can say the name of the person? Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Among the parents, who is the one? What is the name of your mother? Okay, very good. Your mother is the one who has influenced you most. Name 3 qualities of her. 3 qualities. Why she influenced you?
She's very wise.
She is very wise. Is it her that quality attracted you or influenced you? Wise. Then
Then she's
very helpful. So anything I have doubt, I can go to her. Any work she comes and helps me out.
Very helpful. Then
She's understanding.
she's understanding. The two things you said later are more important than she's wise also. Wise also needed. So these are the qualities which helped you to identify a person who most influenced you in your life. Okay. So those qualities is of IQ or EQ.
The last two are for you.
Yeah. IQ also. That's good. So I think, and now think of another person whom you influenced. Write down the name of the person whom you influenced. Think of a person whom you influenced. Yes, she has a name, I think.
I can see that I have been influenced that person, but I have been an example and I'm very sure. So I can't surely say that I have influenced that person.
Yeah, no problem. But at least we can understand now that person has come up in life. Maybe some already told us, you are the one influenced me. For example, if you are a teacher, there may be a student. For example, I have a client like when Tom, who was 17-year-old, came to me for counseling because he was emotionally shut down, because he had some problems. Really, he had some issues with his own, that is like sexual problems. She even misused his own sister. And he went to one counselor. That the counselor told him, go and commit suicide. You are doing such a thing to your own sister. That time, he attempted several times to commit suicide. And then he was mentally broken down and he came to me for counseling. Then with several sessions, also with some medications and all, now he is a very good person. He is healthy, happy, living in Australia, 32-year-old boy now, not boy, man now. So he last 2 weeks ago came from Australia and visited me. And he said, Father, you are the one influenced me. Like that, I am asking you, the person who influenced a person, you influenced that person. Can you say a name of a person who was being influenced by you, by your talk, by your emotional intelligence? Can you say a person's, yeah. Kindly come forward and tell your experience with that person. Yeah, then we can find out from there something. Yeah.
Father, obviously, I'm a teacher. I've come from St. Xavier's School. Recently, we had
Small request, please cover this area because of
Fine.
one photo participant
Yeah.
line.
recently we had a farewell in our school. So one thing that was very influential for the student, the parent had come and she just came and hugged me.
Yeah.
So I taught the child, it was in LKG, but it's done finished. But the parent suddenly came and hugged me and said, Ma'am, you know, my child today is over here, it's because of you. You are the backbone. He's studying in the school because of you. And then I had to recall the incident. And so the teachers were asking me what happened, why the parent is crying. So then I told them that he was a new admission. And literally crying in the class. He did not want to sit in the class. And so literally Father, I used to hold his hand and taught him how to write. I motivated all the other students in my class that he is not someone separate in our class. You have to join him. So that one thing, and it was a day where he had to leave the school. So I saw tears in his eyes. He did not want to leave the school. And it was not me alone, but other teachers also. There was a very emotional bonding with them. So this was one incident, Father, which recently happened in the school.
Congratulations. Do you think her IQ or her EQ made that happen? Really, her EQ, isn't it? So, I am also going to tell you a story which you may have heard several times, but it's a story about Miss Annie Thompson and Teddy. You know the story already? Who can tell the story here? You already know the story, no? All teachers supposed to know this story. A teacher transformed the life of Teddy. I will explain this. Annie Thompson is one of the teachers in a elementary school. She was teaching in 5th grade. There were many children in her class. She used to come and tell, "I love all of you." But she did not actually like a person sitting behind the class. His name is Teddy. Teddy is looking ugly. Sometimes he doesn't take a bath. Sometimes he doesn't neatly dress. He is not listening in the class. He is not friendly with anyone. He just sits there. Annie Thompson used to look his progress card like, no? So she noted that last year's, what did the teacher write about this Teddy? Last year, he was studying in grade 4th. Then the teacher said that Teddy has become so down, so depressed. He is not talking to anyone after the death of his mother. So that means when he was in 4th standard, his mother died and he felt neglected, unwanted, and unloved for. So it was interesting for her. She checked the previous year's progress card. In that, the mother had written, Teddy's mother is suffering from 3rd stage cancer, and she cannot attend Teddy well. Because of that, he is always sad, thinking about his mother, and he is not concentrating in the class. Then she checked the 2nd grade. It is written, Teddy is a good student in the class. He is maybe one of the best students in the class, something like that. Even in the 1st standard and the 2nd standard, it is written like that. Then she understood what is the reason why Teddy is held back in the class. That time, it was Christmas season. Teacher told all the students to, otherwise also, in their culture, students used to give Christmas gift to the teacher. Okay? So everyone came with a beautiful Christmas gifts, wrapped with colorful papers and everything, and costly, nice Christmas gifts. And when Teddy came last. He put his Christmas gift in a plastic bag, and it was a bracelet which was used bad, not in good condition. And also there was a perfume that was also half-used perfume. So that day, Annie Thompson saw the gifts she got. all the children were with a furious face, what kind of gift this Teddy is giving to their teacher. They are thinking that Teddy is not respecting the teacher, not loving the teacher, not a decent gift he is giving. The teacher, before that, she has already understood the problem of Teddy. She was patient enough. She was emotionally intelligent enough. So she thanked Freddie for the bracelet, and she applied that perfume on her body. That day, Teddy's face turned very happy. All when after the class, Teddy came to the teacher and told in the ear of the teacher, "Today you smell like my mom. Today you smell like my mom." Afterwards, Teddy's life improved. Okay, then he continued writing. This Annie Thompson retired from the school. Teddy also went to other schools, high school, different schools. Occasionally, he writes letters to Miss Thompson, Annie Thompson. He wrote to her that I have completed my high school with good grades. Then he joined for MBBS. Then in medical school, he has also passed with flying colors. And he finally wrote, "Now I am Dr. Teddy, MD," okay, with his signature. Then she got a last letter from Teddy. "I am going to get married, and I want somebody in the place of my mother. And you are the person I am inviting." And that day, Annie Thompson went for his wedding with the same perfume, with the same bracelet, and it changed the life of Annie Thompson and Teddy. Now, this is a question for you. Now, I want you to explain something. Okay. This is a way Annie Thompson handled Teddy, who was a lazy child, who was not cooperating with the class. He was very down intellectually and also in all the fields. How Teddy was transformed? Anybody can say how Teddy was transformed? Is there emotional intelligence of this teacher behind that? Okay, how can you say this? How can you explain the change in Teddy and also in Annie Thompson? Finally, when Annie Thompson went for the wedding of Teddy, Teddy told Annie Thompson, "It is you to whom I owe my entire life. It is you who changed the difference in my life." Then what Annie Thompson said is also very interesting. "You only gave me a chance so that you are my teacher. I was only a teacher who was making children learn arithmetic. I was correcting the notes. You made me to think that in every child there is a human being. I was not seeing the human being inside that child. I was only seeing a student. Now it is you who opened my eyes to see every child as a human being who needs love, care, attention, and everything." If we have some teachers like Annie Thompson, who really have the emotional intelligence, the world will become a better place to live. So kindly tell what helped Teddy to change himself and become an MD doctor. If Annie Thompson was not there, what would have been Teddy's condition now? Say a story. Both scenario you can tell. Anyone who can tell. Simply, come on. Don't worry. Gilby, please come. Gilby is my classmate from the minor seminary. From 16-year-old, we are friends. Gilby is the one who called me here. That's why I am asking Gilby. It's
One possibility is he may go astray or he may be addicted to drugs and live a very bad life. One possibility. I mean, most likely possibility because he is going into depression.
yeah. What about transformation for the both side? No, for Annie Thompson also there is a transformation. And what transformed Teddy in different stages?
There are two. The teacher also got transformed and the Teddy also got transformed. The outlook of the teacher changed from academic or intellectual inputs to emotional inputs, which changed both the people. Because the teacher thought about it just giving teaching, academic is more important, making to learn some mathematics or some science is important. But she understood that more than academics, personal touch can create a person much more than academics.
Congratulations, Gilby. Done well. Let us go into detail of these things only. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence, EQ, is the ability to recognize. Think the word recognize. Understand and manage your emotions while influencing those of others. Connect with Annie Thompson's example and Teddy. Let both of them come into your mind and think about this. Think about Annie Thompson's ability to recognize what is needed for Teddy. What was needed for Teddy? Love, care, mother's love, concern. And also he was grieving because his mother is dead. And nobody comforted him. He needed a comforter. He needed mother's love. He needed care. He needed attention. Annie Thompson recognized what is needed for Teddy. Okay. Understand. She understood. Not first. She understood. When did she understood that Teddy needs all those things? Because when she checked the progress report of Teddy, she understood. Okay. Then she managed her emotions. Maybe she could have shouted at Teddy because he is not giving her a good present, no? Used bracelet and used perfume. Sometimes some teachers will shout. No, isn't it? But she did not do that because she managed her emotions and she influenced him. It is a vital skill often linked to career success, personal happiness. So if you want to go higher in career, you need high emotional intelligence. If you want personal happiness, you need more emotional intelligence. Developing EQ strengthens resilience, empathy, and leadership capabilities is both professional and personal settings. Okay. So now you think about your own family, your relationship with your husband, your relationship with your wife, your relationship with the children. From the other talk of that father, we heard that MHQ of Indian youth is tremendously decreasing. Only 33 is the rank they got. No, that means we all have more MHQ. These young people have 33 only MHQ, mental health quotient. Okay, that I am every day I am observing this because I used to go for assessment for the children who are entering the seminary, or maybe also I am working in marriage tribunal of our archdiocese. Mental health of our young people are going down and down because when we were children, we had all the opportunities for so many other things. In our home, there were many people. We will fight, we will cry, and we will also hug each other, love each other, everything. Now, because of the nuclear family, there are a lot of problems. And everyone is in their own world. Nobody is there to comfort. Nobody is there to talk with them. Okay? Now we have big homes, but few people in home. Isn't it? Everything like that. So, because of all that things, maybe you can also use little more emotional intelligence to make your home a better home. Think about our own situation. Can I make my home? Can I be a more emotionally intelligent person? What are the problems or how I am using my emotional intelligence now? How can I improve? Okay, now let us go. Yeah, there are 4 pillars of emotional intelligence. Okay, the first one is self-awareness. What we should all have is self-awareness. We should be aware of our thoughts. We should be aware of our feelings. We should be aware of our behavior. And we should be also aware of how our behavior influences other people. Okay? If we have positive thoughts, our feelings will be positive, our behavior will be positive, and other people also positively behave towards us, isn't it? So it's a circle like. Okay? If we have negative thoughts, for example, in this class, this is a boring class. This priest does not know anything. Why to waste my time? If I am thinking like that, then I am not interested in the class, isn't it? Then I may sleep, or I will think about another things. Okay, like that. So, but you think that he is talking something sense. So yeah, it's interesting. Let me hear that. Okay, then you will be sitting happily, eagerly waiting and taking down little notes and also engaging. If I call, you will come. Otherwise, you will not come. Okay, then think about our self-awareness. Now, what is going on in your mind? Are you all here? That's self-awareness. Your whole mind is here. Your whole heart is here. Are you really connected with me now? Then you are really self-aware people. Think about only when I am counseling with a person, I am in his world. I am stepping into his own shoes and thinking about him, and I forget the whole world. I rarely take my phone also. So sometimes I will forget even time. There are days I started for the counseling, there are stipulated times. For me, I cannot practice that. My counseling went from 10 a.m. up to 4:30 p.m. without food, without water. I forget sometimes because maybe that's not good, that's not for you. But at the same time, if we are in that mood, if we are self-aware and we are for that person, sometimes it happens to us. Okay. So self-awareness is the ability to identify your own emotions as they occur and understand their impact on your thoughts and actions. Okay? Identify the emotions. Identify the emotions. Sometimes because of all the problems at home, the wife is sad. The husband did not mind her. Maybe the wife is not taking the husband seriously. These are the problems. Or they are thinking like that. That's why the whole day becomes not good. So let us think about it, and being in tune with your own feelings helps you recognize triggers and make intentional, mindful decisions. This pillar is the foundation of managing emotions effectively and growing personally. So for the self-awareness, you think about what is going on in your mind, what are your feelings, what behaviors are upsetting your own family members. Sometimes your child doesn't like you. What is the reason for that? Sometimes your husband is not loving you or maybe rude with you. What is the reason for that? There is a reason. What he is thinking about you. What you are thinking about him. Understood? Like that, try to improve thinking. You are already married and your whole life you have this partner. Accept him or accept her as she is. Don't try to change that person. Accept that person as she is or as he is. And the children who are born to you are not like us. What we want from the children, they are not doing. Accept your children as they are. First, okay? Maybe you can understand. There is nobody changed in this world by giving advices, by criticizing them, by judging them. So don't judge your children, don't judge your husband, don't judge your wife, don't criticize, don't advise. Useless. Useless. So give unconditional love and positive regard to all your family members. Give unconditional love and positive regard to all your family members and all people in your workplace. This is what changes people. Counseling changes people, no? This is only because of not our techniques, not our therapies. That's relationship. What does matter in counseling? Is your counseling techniques or your therapy? No, the person. It's relationship transforms the people. Okay? So a good mother, an understanding mother, a patient mother, not an advice-giving mother, not a judging mother, not a loving and understanding mother can change the whole scenario. That's what is, for example, especially the woman. She is the light of the home, we say. വീടിന്റെ വിളക്കാണ് ഭാര്യ എന്ന് പറയും. Okay? So if you think about all those things, you can make your home a heaven or a hell. It is up to us to make our home a heaven or a hell. In Malayalam, there is a song, Namukku Name Panivadu Nagam Naragavumadu Vole. Let us, we can make a heaven or a hell that is in our own homes. If you would like to make your home a heaven, think about you want to create a heaven. You want to make your bonding with your husband like a heaven, good bonding, good intimacy. Think about it and feel that way. And try to do something for that. Then it will happen. Okay. So first thing is, first step towards this one, like emotional intelligence is self-awareness. Okay. Now let us go to the next pillar. Self-management, controlling and directing your emotional responses. This is all the more important. Sometimes we cannot control ourselves. You know, horses have kadinyan. Vehicles have brake and bell. So put brake and bell to you. It's needed, isn't it? Sometimes when we are angry, we shout. Especially anger. The whole situation will be affected by your anger. If you are an angry person, shouting person, you changes the mood of that home. But if you are a pleasant person, a jovial person, if you crack jokes, you can change your home. Be humorous. Learn some jokes. Or the way you take it. You can make your home little more happy one. So say some jokes with your husband. Say some jokes with your children. Yeah, make it like that. So life will be easier and happier and healthier. Okay, so emotions have to be regulated. Regulate behaviors. Behaviors means shouting, crying, and giving advices. Always advising. When are you coming? We are not coming. At this time now, where are you? You went for games and not coming. This is a prayer time. Please come and join. Where are you, children? Didn't you take bath? Yes. Wow. Very bad. Yeah. So regulate those things. Staying calm under pressure. Staying calm under pressure. And responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Sometimes we act out of our impulses. So before you act, think. Before you act, think. Try to be calm. And think. There is stop, look, and proceed. Where is it written? Railway crosses. Stop, look, and proceed. So before you open your mouth, stop, look and think and proceed. Okay? Before you open your mouth, stop, look, and proceed. Okay? So you will have, so don't impulsively react. This skill and courage is discipline. Okay. Discipline will come. Adaptability. Your husband is a drunkard. Why you should quarrel with him every day? There are so many foolish women in this world. The husband is drinking every day, and every day she will fight with the husband. Useless. Useless to fight with a drunkard. Don't say anything. That is good example is Socrates. You know the Socrates story? Zipporah is the wife, no? She will shout. Socrates not telling anything. Then she took a bucket full of water and poured on his head. Then he said, oh, when I heard the sound of thunder and lightning, I thought rain will come. Okay? So calm was Socrates. Intelligent people, high EQ people are like that. Try to be like that. Okay? Yeah. So, discipline, adaptability, and solution-oriented mindset, which are crucial for maintaining professionalism, resilience in challenging situations. Understood? So this is self-management. Only like this, put a bell and brake. Put a bell and brake. Okay? Put a bell and brake for your mouth and your actions. Okay? It will help you. Who can regulate us? Who can regulate us? Only we can regulate us. Understood? Nobody else can regulate us. Our switch, our control is in our own hand. Control yourself. Control yourself. We used to say now, control yourself. Use your control button. It should be in your hand. Okay? Next. Social awareness, perceiving and interpreting others' emotions. So another thing is that when I am taking the class, I am also observing. The greatest quality of a psychologist is to observe everyone. Okay? We have to observe. So many things we can observe. The facial reaction of your husband. When he comes, look at his face. There are most of the mothers and ladies have good observation. Accordingly, they can manage. Those who do not have any observation, they will simply shout and make. Sometimes don't talk because that person is coming like that. Now, for example, I have also so many moods. All the time I am not like this. Sometimes I am in a bad mood. Then people will know what mood is for. Okay? Then they will slowly come and say, in a happy mood, everything is okay. But if I am angry or frustrated or I am sad, don't come to me. Don't come to me. Like that, don't come to go to your husband when he is in angry mood. Okay? Don't shout with your children when that person is in angry mood. Okay, so try to be socially aware. It's the ability to accurately detect emotions in others. Detect emotion in others. I will tell from here, I will say, who is very happily attending my class. I know, from your face I can know. I know, you find it interesting. Yeah, this priest is telling good things. I am happy. I can understand. Some people, like not about what he's doing, he's dancing and dancing. Yeah, I don't like that. His behavior. What a PhD psychologist is that he's very simple. He is like ordinary. Some people will think like that. Okay, that also we have to analyze. Some people even sitting also when in the first and all were international conference. Like that you were sitting. I thought, what foolishness. Then that father said, oh, come, relax, relax. Then only you started relaxing. Otherwise, then it's not needed. Yeah. Otherwise, no need. Your PhD and your head weight is, who needs that? You come down. You are human beings. Try to be very simple. To whom to show? Who is looking at you? Don't please anyone. Be yourself. Live your life. Let them think what they want. Let them think what they want. I live my life. Okay? Live your life. Don't pretend anything. Don't pretend. God knows everything. Okay? So, that is another thing. Okay? What I said is that from the culture of the people, we try to be socially aware. Why? Like that. Okay. Yeah. Allowing you to read the room effectively and respond to the needs and feelings of those around you. This skill is key to fostering positive relationships and collaboration. Very good. Understood? This is very important. So if you can adjust to the situations, you will have many friends. Yeah. And also add some people who knows to crack jokes, That will be very interesting. Try to find out some such people also in your friendship. So when you are maybe your husband is a boring type, or your wife is rude, then make many friends, happy people. Maybe you have a neighbor who is cracking many jokes. Go and talk to her. That's nice. Yeah, maybe you have a colleague, okay, who is very friendly, very humorous. Here, yeah. Then if you have some humorous films, watch it. Laugh before the husband comes. Before he comes, enjoy. Yeah. Then when he comes, don't look. Yeah, that's needed. Okay. About that is socially aware, perceiving and interpreting others' emotions. Next one. Relationship management. This is very important. The fourth pillar is relationship management. These are all pillars. Okay. First pillar is self-awareness. Second pillar is self-management or self-regulation. Third pillar is social awareness and empathy also. Then relationship management, building and maintaining successful interaction. Relationship management involves using emotional awareness to communicate clearly, resolve conflicts. Like if you are a husband and wife, you have so many conflicts. Even if you finished your life for 25 years, you are not intimate to each other, then there is a problem. Make that intimacy. There are so many homes, the people in that home are not at all intimate. But you have intimate friends, different. Other people are so intimate and close to you, but you are not intimate with your husband. You are not intimate with your wife. You are not intimate with your children. Problem? That's a very big problem. So those who are with you, you have to be very intimate. Then otherwise it is not a home. It is a jail or it is a purgatory. Oh, some are coming from purgatories. Some are coming from heaven. Some are coming from homes. Okay. Where are you coming from? Okay. So if it is a purgatory, try to improve the relationship, resolve your conflict with your husband, resolve the conflict with your children. So there are sometimes when children become teenagers, conflict starts. Mother will be against the son because he has a girlfriend. He is not from our religion. Big problem. I will tell you whom to marry, not that caste. You have conflict now with your sons, daughters? Little bit. Okay. No, I am telling the actual facts. Because of that, you cannot accept your son. Because of that, you cannot accept your daughter. And you are away from him. Because you are not at all intimate with him. Okay. So resolve the conflict. Build trust. In some families, there is no trust at all. I cannot trust my husband. I cannot trust my wife. I cannot trust my children. I cannot trust my younger sister. I cannot trust my brother. Okay, these issues are there. Not only in home, there are also these issues are there in our working atmosphere also. I cannot trust. So correct it. That it is the skill that enables effective teamwork, leadership, and collaboration by fostering meaningful connections and managing interpersonal dynamics with respect and empathy. Okay. Now it's needed for some affirmations. This, if you have some affirmations, your life will be meaningful. We can make our own affirmations. I will tell about the affirmations. Nice affirmation. I have written 10 affirmations for you. Where is it? Okay. One affirmation. This you can write down. This is for you. Yeah. Okay. Affirmations for each pillar. Positive statement to reinforce EQ skills. Okay. Affirmations strengthen your commitment to emotional growth. Affirmations. First of all, be optimistic. Okay. Think positively only. Don't be pessimistic. Life is wonderful. I am enjoying. I am happy. My life will be more enjoyable and more happier. Okay. Every day I am learning new things to make my life more happier. Okay. So your life will be more happy. Tony is now maybe 55, like, you know, after 10 years, Tony will be much more happier, much more peaceful, much more in high position. Tony is also my classmate in De La Salle, Manila. We are classmates from Manila. Yeah, next talk. Very bright and smart from Govan. I will be out of place after his class. Okay, it's a smarter guy. Tony is coming. Okay, so this examples include: I am aware of my emotions and choose my responses wisely. Be aware of your emotions. Our responses we can choose. Our response is in our hands. Emotion is there, but it is my choice to choose how to react. Understood? I am sad, but I choose to be happy. Understood? Or I am not trying to show that now. Okay, I am angry. I am angry with my husband, but now I choose to be calm. Later you have to manage it, otherwise then problem. Okay, so here we can manage that. Yeah, additionally, okay, so let us say some words like from there. I just gone. Let me take that. Okay, this something you can write down this one. I am aware of my emotions and I choose my response wisely. Write down that. Write down. This is good. I am aware of my emotions and I choose my response wisely. Okay? I can be aware. I listen with empathy and respect others' perspectives. I listen with empathy and respect others' perspective. Whatever I am telling is not 100% right. My wife also has a point. My children also has a point. I say that you don't marry from that community, but my son says that what is the use of looking her community? She is a human being. She is very loving person and I can be happy with her. But if I marry from my community, you will get a husband like your, no, I will get a partner like your husband. That is what your son is telling. Okay? You are quarreling each other and you are telling that don't marry from other community. First of all, you show you are not giving me peace. So I will marry from the community I like. Understood? That's their perspective. So tell him to take responsibility for his life. Understood? Okay. Yeah, these statements empower you to internalize and practice the 4 EQ pillars daily for continuous improvement. Now I have written some affirmations for you. If you would like, you can write down or you can make many more affirmations like this. Okay. For example, I am an observer of my emotions, not a slave of them. I am an observer of my emotions. I am not a slave of my emotion. Understood the difference? I am an observer of my emotions. I know that I am angry. I know that I am frustrated. I know that I am sad, but I am not a slave of it. Okay. Next, all my feelings are valid data, but they do not always have to be my directors. Understood? All my feelings are valid data. My feelings are valid data, but they do not always have to be my directors. My emotions should not direct me. I am sad. I am depressed. I am not going to commit suicide now itself. Because today my wife told me, go and commit suicide. What is the use of living? I am not going to commit suicide. My wife told me to commit suicide. Understood? So, all my feelings are valid data, but they do not always have to be my directors. Understood? Next, I have the power to pause, breathe, and choose my response. I have the power to pause. I have the power to breathe and choose my response. Another thing, I am curious about my triggers, not judgmental of them. I am curious. Time? Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. 5 to 7 minutes. Oh, that's more. That's not needed. Okay. Thank you. I will. Okay. I have the power to pause, breathe, and I am curious about my triggers, not judgmental of them. I listen to understand, not just to form a rebuttal. I honor the perspective of others, even when it differs from my own. I am capable of setting healthy boundaries with kindness. I am a work in progress. I am not a finished product. I give myself grace as I learn. I take responsibility for my energy and how I show up in a room. I can handle difficult conversations with composure and clarity. Okay, these are some of the positive affirmations you can make. Practical benefits: leadership, resilience, and improved communication. Developing EQ enhances leadership by improving decision making and conflict resolution. It boosts resilience through better stress management and adaptability. Additionally, EQ improves communication by enabling clearer expression and deeper understanding, essential traits for thriving in a dynamic professional environments. Not only personal life, it also will help you to come up in the professional ladder. Okay, use your EQ, EI well, then you will come up in all the stages of your life. Okay, people with high EQ are in high ladders. If you want to climb the highest position, develop high EQ. Okay, not your IQ. IQ is okay, that's fixed. EQ is, we can make it, we can improve that. IQ we cannot improve, that is genetic. We cannot. But EQ, try, work hard, we can make it. Okay. Conclusions. Emotional intelligence is a critical skill that can be nurtured through conscious practice. So it means it's a skill. Skill can be acquired. Okay. IQ is not a skill. IQ is what? That's an ability or a talent. That is a genetic connection with genetic is there. But this one is a EQ is a skill that can be nurtured through conscious practice by focusing on the 4 pillars: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. You can enhance your leadership, build stronger connections, and improve overall workplace effectiveness. Commit to daily affirmations to cultivate lasting emotional growth. Okay, thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you. Thank you.
I would sincerely like to thank our esteemed speaker, Dr. Joe Till, for this insightful session on emotional intelligence in building healthy relationships. His valuable perspective has
हेलो सर, अभी तक शुरू
I'm calling you for felicitation now next.
Okay, okay, done.
Hello, check. Good. Anyway, what do you do? 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had a good lunch. Our last speaker for the day is Dr. Tony Menezes, who will be speaking on evolution and emotional intelligence. I call Dominic De Cruz to give us an introduction about Dr.
Dr. Tony Menezes is the director of Atma Darshan, Center for Spirituality and Counseling in Mumbai, and holds a doctorate in clinical counseling psychology. He previously served as director of Ishwani Kendra, Center for Missiology and Communications in Pune, and also led the Ashirwad Animation Center in Raya. Dr. Menezes conducts workshops and animation programs both in India and internationally on topics such as group building, leadership, emotional development, counseling, and family life. Sir also facilitates psycho-spiritual processes for individuals and groups, integrating psychological insight with spiritual guidance. Through his work in counseling, training, and leadership development, he has made significant contributions to personal and community growth. I request Dr. Yogesh Mate to felicitate Dr. Tony Menezes with a token of our appreciation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Tony Menezes to take over with his session.
Yeah. So Dominic, thank you for the introduction. Dear friends, afternoon, after lunch, is not an easy time, correct? Yes. So what we'll do is a small grounding exercise just to be in touch with our senses and be totally present over here. We'll do 5 things with each of our senses. So first, just taste one thing. The sense of taste. Taste one thing. Can be your mouth after eating food or whatever it is. Just taste one thing. Smell 2 things. Smell 2 things. What are you smelling? Listen to 3 things. Listen to 3 things. Be quiet, listen to 3 things. Touch 4 things. Touch 4 things. And observe 5 things. Look at 5 things. And when you're finished observing, just tell your neighbors what have you observed. 5 things that you have seen. 5 things that you notice. Just tell what you have noticed. Okay, very good. I hope you are grounded and in touch with your 5 senses, and that will remain with me with all your 5 senses for this maybe 40 minutes or so. Okay, having said that, I now have another request, 4 small things to do. Okay, I'll have to use my phone for that. Can you hear me? Yeah, just for this particular exercise. Okay. I know you all had a good lunch and quite happy with the stomach and all, but I just want you all to pose for a photograph, with a very angry face. By the way, keep in mind, I'm not going to make a reel and all. It is part of my talk. It's part of my session. Please make as angry a face as you can. As angry a face as you can. Very angry. You all are smiling. A very angry face. Okay, very good. Next, a sad face. A sad face. Next, an anxious and worried face. A worried, anxious and worried face. Anxious and worried. Okay, and last, very easy, a happy face. Okay. This is just, we have done this in the classroom. We have done this in a classroom. But do you know, if you had done this exercise in natural settings, when people are, for some reason, all of them have reasons to be angry or sad or worried or happy, what will you notice if you look at the photographs? What would you have noticed if you look at the photographs? Imagine it was done in natural settings, when naturally everybody feels angry, naturally everybody feels worried, sad, happy. What would you have noticed when you look at the faces? Yeah, emotion definitely yes, but what else? Correct. Expressions will be more or less similar. Now I'm referring to a very important research from the 1960s. From the 1960s by Paul Ekman. He was considered one of the most important psychologists of the last century. He did this research, he's an American, in America, and went to the most remotest of places who have no exposure to other cultures. For example, he went to Papua New Guinea, very, very remote areas where the tribes people had no access whatsoever to other cultures. And he did research on faces. And what did he notice? What did he notice? Everywhere, no matter what, when it comes to anger, people have the same expression. For example, anger here, lowered, drawn together eyebrows, tight lips, hard stare, hard jaw, irrespective of where you're staying. You may be in America, Papua New Guinea, India, China. The results are very, very similar. So he did this extensive research, and based on that, in the morning when I think for the Anish it was, he was telling about the 6 basic emotions. They're based on this: happiness, sadness, anger, fear, surprise, disgust. So he came up with this. Now, this is the research. What is the conclusion? When you do a research like this, you see similarities across cultures. What then is the conclusion? Okay, before that, just a minute. Just for this one. This face, what is it? The first one, anger. Second one, disgust. Yeah. Third one, scared, frightened. We'll call this the fourth one. Fourth one, happy. Fifth one, and sixth one, shock or surprise. So even now, we have kind of, in a way, just identified them. But what does it mean? What's the implication?
Body language plays an important role.
Body language. More than that, it means we are hardwired. What does it mean, hardwired? We don't learn anger. It's part of our inbuilt mechanism. We don't learn happiness. It's there in us. We don't learn sadness or worry or disgust or whatever it is there in us. So this is the implication when we're talking about emotional intelligence. Now, from the point of evolution, how are our emotions? When we look back, what exactly are they? In other words, nobody needs to teach us to be angry. If you have seen children, I mean small babies and all, do babies get angry? Do they get cranky? Do they get happy? Nobody teaches them. Much before that, this is in the 1960s, much before that, in 1872, Charles Darwin, Theory of Evolution, he wrote on the expression of emotions in man and animals. And Darwin's interest was not actually emotions. His interest was evolutions. So he used emotions to prove the theory of evolution. So that's what he did. Meaning to say, for example, he said, here, creatures over here will have certain emotions. Creatures over here will have some other emotions. And as evolution progresses, the emotions also progress. So he used that knowledge that people, the creatures, they emote differently as evolution progresses. So he tried to prove evolution because he said evolutions are different. Say, for example, here, there is a creature called the sea squirt. Anyone heard of the sea squirt? There's a creature called the sea squirt. What is the significance or the unique characteristics of the sea squirt? Anybody knows sea squirt? Yes? No, not exactly. It's a very surprising thing. This creature eats its own brain. Eats its own brain. And then attaches it's a sea creature, attaches itself to its rock because its only point is survival. I don't need my brain for survival. As the water flows, I don't need brain to understand food. So it just eats its brain, attaches itself maybe to some rock formation and goes. So at this level, the emotion is only to how to survive. How to survive. As evolution progressed, emotions also changed. Say, for example, when they come over here, these emotions over here are not the same as here. The emotions over here are not the same as here. And the emotions over here, this is the modern man, are totally different from here. But the big question in this evolution is very simple. 200,000 years ago, men and women, our ancient ancestors, had certain emotions. Are those emotions still there? 200,000 years ago, they exhibited certain emotions. Are those emotions still there? Or what I mean to say is, have we become better? Have we evolved in that sense? Have we evolved? Okay. Now, from the point of evolutionary theories is simple. Emotions have evolved, but the question is, within the species, have they evolved? In other words, have we become better than our ancestors? Have we become better than our ancestors? Have we become better than our ancestors? For our ancestors, 200,000 years ago, it was kill or be killed. They used to fight one another, kill or be killed. Has that changed? Has that changed? We are having refined versions of that today. We're having refined versions of that. So the question, the point of evolution, we say the emotions have evolved from species to species, but within the species, have they changed? That we'll see as we go ahead. We'll see a little later whether they have changed. That's a question for us to ponder on. In other words, have we become better human beings than maybe 2,000 years back? Forget about 200,000 years back. Have we become better people? Now, this is a common thing that all of us use to send if we are angry, if we are sad, if we feel disgust. So we have many options. So there are all so many emotions that we today have. Before you know, emotions are very, very limited. Here for us, we've got a multiplicity of emotions. Okay. Are we hardwired? This is a very important question. If we are hardwired, it will simply mean we cannot but get angry. We cannot but get sad. We cannot but get happy. We cannot but get disgusted. That means we are hardwired. What's the contradictory theory? It was done by a very famous anthropologist called Margaret Mead. She talked about imprinting. Imprinting means the child learns from the father, or the parents' emotions get imprinted on the child. So that is another theory, but that theory doesn't have much, what I would say, acceptance today. Whereas this theory that we are hardwired has got a lot of acceptance in academic circles. We'll just read what is written there. According to modern evolutionary theory, different emotions evolved at different times. Primal emotions such as fear are associated with ancient parts of the brain and presumably evolved among our pre-mammal ancestors, fear and all. Filial emotions such as a mother's love for her offspring seem to have evolved among early mammals, like even cats and dogs and all. Social emotions such as guilt and pride evolved among social primates, including monkeys. You'll see this among monkeys. Sometimes the more recently evolved part of the brain moderates an older part of the brain, such as when the cortex moderates the amygdala's fear response. Here in the brain stem, we just have two basic emotions. What are they? Which is sometimes beyond our control, anger and fear. But this emotion is also there in all, even the reptiles. This part of the brain, the neocortex, the prefrontal, today we see there are millions of connections. So that is what we have noticed. This is just a chart to explain to us. In the reptiles, 300 plus million years ago, were this basic survival emotions like fear, aggression. This is the basic survival emotions. If we are to locate that in our brain, where exactly? In the brain stem. Early mammals, attachment, playfulness. Social mammals and primates, empathy, jealousy, grief. Early human beings, guilt, shame, pride, romantic pride. So as I was saying, the whole question is, within the species, has there been a change? There has been change across the species, but within the species, has there been a change? Fear and aggression, has that changed among the reptiles like crocodiles and all? Same behavior for millions of years. Will come to us now. 2 million years ago, the first human person appeared with all this guilt, shame, pride, romantic love, all of that. Has that changed? We'll explore that a little later. We'll explore a little later. We are not going to see what is this basic instinct? Those of you who are in your 40s, 50s will remember what is it? It was one of the most famous or infamous movies, Basic Instinct. Yeah, somebody said Sharon Stone. There's somewhere there. Somebody has watched it, I think. If I were to ask you what is a basic instinct, what is a basic instinct? What's our basic instinct?
Survival.
Yeah. Our basic instinct from a biological point of view is simple survival and reproduction. Survival and the generation of the species. This is our basic instinct. Everybody wants to survive. But it has got its nuances for us, especially for us human beings. We'll come to that later. But just keep in mind, we'll just have a look at it from primal times, what exactly it means. Each core emotion serves a specific adaptive purpose. When we look at ourselves as people who have evolved, two primary emotions that were very important for us in our initial years, that means thousands and thousands of years ago, was fear and anger. Why fear? If you were not afraid, what would have happened? You're not afraid of the wild animals. You're not afraid of forces of nature. You're not afraid of the other tribes. What would have happened? You would have perished. So fear served a survival purpose. Fear served a survival. Even today, if you go to tribal societies or ancient people who have been untouched by civilization, you will see their houses are built on hills, where the access for wild animals and other people is limited. So fear, in a way, helps us to survive. Even today, if you all were to choose a place to study, and you had sometimes to be out at night and all, which city will you choose? Pune, Mumbai, Delhi? Which city will you choose? Pune, Mumbai, Delhi? By the way, which is the safest city in India? Research. Pune is not the safest city. The safest city in India is the city which I am coming from, Mumbai. This is, this is research. Huh? Dangerous city, I'm not going to put down anybody and they'll leave anybody. So when your parents want to send you out, they'll be careful. They will not send you to, especially as you're going as a lone woman, they will not send you to them. Fear protects us. It has got a survival function. It is not that it is not needed. We need fear in order to help us to survive. But sometimes this emotion today can be seen in a different way. It can become maladaptive also, because in today's digital world, fear can be manipulated. I think one of the talks will be on digital. I saw somewhere on the digital world is there. Yes. Today, fear can be easily manipulated. Fear can be easily manipulated. I don't want to take modern examples. That's why I take example from the Second World War. Before, you can apply for our times afterwards. Hitler produced fear among the Germans. Fear of whom? The Jews. Fear of the Jews. And then you know what happened? It can be easily manipulated. That's why I'm telling my friends, have we evolved really? Because today, you know, anybody can manipulate our fear. Anybody can manipulate our fear. And we can act like crude and primitive human beings. Today, Germany was a very progressive nation of scientists, philosophers, theologians, artists, musicians, all top intellectual people. But one person could fool them all. This is what I mean by the power of our primal emotions, like fear and anger, can be easily manipulated. And therefore, the challenge for emotional intelligence today is, can we lift people up like those of us for in academics? And in this line, can we move people up? Can we teach them to be emotionally intelligent? In simple and practical ways, it will mean that my neocortex is able to moderate the brain stem over here. And I don't simply act out from impulse. And I don't simply act out from impulse, actually. So this is the power of a primal emotions. And therefore, sometimes you doubt whether we have really evolved. When Ayutthaya was killed, what did Trump say? I got him before he got me. Fear. What's happening in the Gulf? It's fear. If we don't attack, they'll attack us. And therefore, it's a question for us, are we really evolving? Are we really changing? Are we really becoming better? Take, for example, anger. What will happen if you don't feel anger? What will happen if you don't feel anger? What will happen if you don't feel anger?
Boundaries can be violated.
Personality disorder.
Okay. If you don't feel anger, everybody will walk over you. You'll become a doormat. Anger protects our sense of self. Anger protects our sense of self. I think some 4 or 5 years ago, we had that Me Too movement, no? What is the Me Too movement all about? Because women realized for too long, we have kept quiet. We have kept quiet. Now we need to speak, because they realized by keeping quiet, by being docile, is not helping us. So we speak. So we get angry. So we protest. So we go out. Anger has got a very, very important purpose of self-preservation. Because if you don't get angry, people can simply trample over you. It has got an evolutionary and a survival function, anger. But again, what's the problem today? Today we get angry not because there's an enemy outside. Why do we get angry? Because of something called EGO. What is EGO? I was with a couple, 6 years they were dating. Before dating, 2 years they knew each other. And now 3 years they're married. 3 years they are married. And I just met them last week. They've been coming for regular sessions and all. I just met them for last week. Obviously, they love each other. You can make that out. But what is coming in between them? That ego. That ego. And because of ego, they're not able to be carrying concern about each other. I say, you say. I say, you say. Anger, not because there's an enemy outside, because there's an enemy inside, the ego. So today's world is complex. It's not simple like that. Again, as I was saying, anger can also be manipulated. Anger can be also, you can create imaginary enemies. You can create imaginary enemies. So anger can be easily manipulated. See the purpose of disgust. From the point of evolution, as we began, we don't know what to eat and what not to eat, right? Some people try to eat some berries or some fruits or some leaves and all, and then next day they got vomited. You realize it's not good for me. Or some food was contaminated and you got a stomach upset. So because of this emotion of disgust, you learn to make a choice between what is good food and what is not good food. So from the point of evolution, this was primarily for food. But today we also have what we call the concept of moral disgust. You get disgust by certain behaviors of people. You get disgusted by what others might have done and all. So again, it helps us to avoid. It tries to build what we call as a moral behavior. So when we talk about emotional intelligence, we need to go also a little more deeper, what it is all about. What it is all about. Sadness. Is sadness good or bad? Sadness good or bad? It had a very important function because early life was not easy. Children were born, children also died. Early men and women, they suffered a lot of losses. Losses because, today our life expectancy is around 70 years. 50 years back, how much was it? 100, somebody said. 50 years back, what was the life expectancy? There was a time when the life expectancy was only 40. Infantile mortality was very, very high. And so sadness was part and parcel of the early human person. And because of that sadness, the grief of losing your child, the mother losing the child, the father losing the child, they found ways of improving. They found ways to. So sadness played a very important role in our evolutionary history to make us to try different things. Because early life was full of losses. Early life was full of loss of children, loss of a spouse, loss of property. Other people come and take and fight. Wars were plenty. So sadness played a very, very important role. But today, for us, the problem today is for emotional intelligence, sometimes our sadness can turn to depression. So maybe we don't know how to come out of sadness. Simply because sadness is the easiest emotion to have. Why is the easiest emotion to have sadness? Why is sadness the easiest emotion to have? Easiest emotion to have? Because in sadness, all you have to do is just sit and brood. Just sit and brood. And so today, people have some what you call as disproportionate sadness. In other words, we are not learning from our sadness. We're not growing from our sadness. And we allow our sadness sometimes to turn to depression or shame. So this is the challenge for emotional intelligence today, how to help people not to change sadness into depression, not to change sadness into depression. Surprise, a reflex that prepares survival response. Now, rapid oriented sudden change shifts quickly into fear, joy, or anger. Today, in today's world, in terms of creativity, in terms of newness, in terms of going forward, surprise is supposed to be one of the most fundamental emotions to generate that curiosity, to ask questions, why. Therefore, I wrote this joy in capital letters because surprise is supposed to be one of the most important emotions today in our complex world, that we learn to be curious, use a surprise to find things, ask why, and go ahead enough. So it's a very important emotion, surprise. Love and attachment, bonding and reproduction. Encourages pair bonding, reproduction, promotes parental care, strengthens social cooperation. Human babies are extremely dependent. If you look at all the species, how long do the babies stay with the mother? Cats, dogs, monkeys, how long? How long? Okay, cats, how long? Kittens with their mother. Few months. Puppies with their mother. Monkeys with their mother. Few months. Human beings with their mother. Maybe 18. Boys with their mother. I do a lot of marriage counseling. I had a very interesting case once. A nice couple, married for around 2 years. You may find it a little strange to you. Nice couple. They came because the mother was not allowing the son to sleep with his wife. You may find it strange, but we have in the city of Mumbai, not in some remote place. The mother was not allowing the husband, her son, to sleep with his wife. Why? Over-attachment. Sometimes, my friends, our love, our attachment also can become maladaptive when we're not able to let go. So it is supposed to be adaptive. It can also become maladaptive. Okay, so that's about love and attachment. This is a wonderful emotion. Which one? Guilt. Dogs, cats, monkeys, cows, they don't feel guilt. They don't feel embarrassment, guilt, shame. Only we humans have. It is that guilt is supposed to make us to realize I've done something wrong. I need to say sorry. A person who doesn't feel guilt is called as a sociopath. Is called as a sociopath. So there are certain emotions, though we may see them as negative, but this is what they make us humans. They make us human. They humanize us because we feel sorry. We make reparation. They make us, from the point of evolution, some of the emotions are very important. At the same time, what you call form emotional intelligence, it is important for us to help people to work with their guilt. Because if you don't know how to work with your guilt, what's going to happen? Your guilt can turn to shame, your shame can turn to depression, and sometimes you can end up harming yourself. You can end up harming yourself. There are so many cases where people commit suicide because they are ashamed of themselves. They don't know how to come out. They don't know how to. So there are so many challenges for us when we talk about these emotions. Okay, look at this now, from survival and reproduction to social instincts. On this side, self-preservation, fear response, hunger and thirst, sexual drive, fight or flight reaction, especially in fear and anger. Two social instincts, empathy, care for dear ones, cooperation, fairness and moral concern, desire for belonging, altruism. Survival emotions are older, reptilian plus early mammalian brain systems. Social emotions expanded as humans became cooperative, group-based beings. So from a neuroscience angle, survival emotions heavily involve the amygdala and brainstem. Social emotions recruit more cortical areas, especially prefrontal region. So this is from evolution. When we first began, our circle was small, just me and my family and my tribe. Just me, my family and my tribe. But then we realized if we have to improve, if we have to kind of be safe, I need to widen my circle. To widen my circle, I need to go, talk, interact, all this kind of things. And for this, we need this empathy, care for dear ones, cooperation. So this is the play that we see amongst us today. We have this as well as this happening to us, the survival as well as the social instincts. Now, look at this image over there. What do you find? This is the modern man. This is the modern man. Is he safe? Is the modern man safe? What is our evolutionary problem? It has got its implications for emotional intelligence. Dear friends, if you look at this last picture, the man, this can collapse anytime, right? Right? Now, what does that mean? It simply means for most part of our history has been a history of bloodshed, violence, wars, aggression. You look into any history books, look everything, it was about wars and aggression, all of that. The period of peace, of security has been very, very limited. And so if this has been a history of wars, violence and all, our whole system over here is primed for what? To be careful, to be cautious, to be careful, to be cautious. Take for example, suppose if this were all strange people to you, everybody, and you're invited to come to this group. When you enter this place, you don't know anybody. When you enter this place, what's going to happen? Without your knowledge, you will be scanning everybody. You'll be scanning without your knowledge. What are you scanning for? Who is my friend and who is not my? Whom do I like and whom I not like? And especially if there is only one chair, you will glance at the person and go to. We're always scanning because our brain is primed for danger, not for comfort and security. Not for comfort and security. Our brain is primed because of our history. Because of our history. It is primed for alertness. We're always alert. We're always alert. If you travel by train, long distance, not Pune to Bombay, long distance. When you enter the train, people start fighting immediately. Mera saman, tumhara saman, all those kind of things. Afterwards, they become friends. Because initially, everybody sees the other as the enemy. They've kept the saman over here and all those kind of things. We are always looking out for danger, my friends, when there may not be actually danger. When there may not be actually danger. Let me make it very, very practical. I believe there are faculties from St. Vincent School and St. Vincent College, no? In the staff room, what happens? Same dynamics. Nobody is against anybody, but we think like that. Because that is what we are prepared for. Our brains are unless we have evolved, unless we make a conscious effort to see the other person as my friend, the other person as my friend. So this is our problem because we are too alert. So this is a problem. Our emotional system evolved for small traps, immediate physical dangers, face-to-face interactions. But now we live in safer physical spaces, digital environments, constant comparison, social media outrage cycles, artificial threats like email, status anxiety. Our brain reacts to a negative WhatsApp message as if a tribal rejection threatening survival. You have heard of people committing suicide because the number of likes has gone down. Correct? Likes. You don't even know who are the people who like you. But you had 10,000 likes, suddenly become 8,000 likes, and it affects you. It affects you. Nobody's harming you. Nobody's after your life. But see our environments today. See our emotional intelligence today. So for me personally, I'm not too optimistic about emotional intelligence because we have to do a lot of hard work for emotional intelligence. Because as we see, it looks like we have not learned. We are not learning. We are not learning. The system is ancient. This system of survival is ancient. The environment has changed. The system has not changed. The system has not changed. This is the problem we are facing. Evolution prioritized speed of accuracy. Emotion, fast survival response. Reason, slower reflective response. This one here. Slower reflective response. In fear, reacting quickly to a shadow is safer than calmly analyzing whether it is a car or a bus. The emotional brain evolved earlier than the rational context. Therefore, my friends, it is much easier to feel fear and anger than hope and love and compassion. Very, very easy because this is instant. Fear and anger is instant. love, hope is not instant. So it's much easier to manipulate fear and anger than make people to trust and love and have hope in one another. From evolution's perspective, emotions are not irrational. They are overprotective, biased towards caution. We're always careful, designed for survival. Important, our emotions are designed for survival, not happiness. Happiness, we have to learn. Happiness isn't one. Anxiety is a hyper alert survival alarm. It becomes a problem only when the alarm never turns off. Some of us are constantly anxious. What is happening, what's going to happen, all of that. Evolution did not design us to be peaceful or fulfilled. It designed us to survive, reproduce, and stay connected to the tribe. So from an evolution point of view, our emotions are not supposed to make us happy. They're supposed to help us to survive, reproduce, and stay connected. And that is why we fear rejection deeply. We crave belonging. We react strongly to status loss. So what choreographs the emotional world today? What choreographs the emotional world today? In the crisis, survival emotions dominate. War, threat, insecurity, scarcity, fear, and anger rise. Right now, people are worried about LPG, cooking gas. Cooking gas. In Mumbai, we are not getting vada pav because the vada pav fellows are not having the, what do you call it, the cylinder. So it's a crisis situation. No vada pav means what kind of situation? Okay. In stable, trusting environments, social emotions flourish. Security allows empathy and generosity to expand. And therefore, my friends, from the point of emotional intelligence, first we have to understand whether we are creating artificial crisis amongst us, whether we are unnecessarily mistrusting people, whether we are having imaginary enemies. If you imagine others as your enemies, we are on a survival mode. Early morning, when you get out of your house and you see that man or woman whom you don't like, and we say to yourself, Panvati, whole day is gone. Whole day is gone. What's going to happen? Whole day is gone. Because you are in a survival mode. You are not in a stable mode. And digital culture complicates this. Algorithms amplify outrage because you want clicks. Click is not going to happen if you talk about love, compassion, and hope. It's not going to happen with clicks. When are clicks going to happen? When you get distressed, when you get angry, when you get frightened, then clicks. So algorithms are designed towards this. Polarization feeds anger, threat narratives go viral. So in today's media environment, survival emotions are often stimulated more. And therefore, my friends, that I asked that question, among the species itself, are we evolving? Are we or are we still living under threat like our ancient forefathers, where fear and anger dominates? So where exactly have we changed, become better, or are we still there, not evolving? To what are we dancing? Our survival emotions or our social emotions? You know the dancer, no? Okay. To what am I dancing? Question for each one of us. To what am I dancing? Am I dancing to fear, anger, anxiety, disgust? In other words, survival? Or am I dancing to love, guilt, empathy, anxiety, existential concern, embarrassment? What am I? Am I becoming more and more social, more and more connected to others? Or am I doubting others more? And so what exactly is happening? Last two slides, I'll be finishing soon. Look at this now, paradigm shift. When we first began survival and reproduction, emotions that helped us towards survival and reproduction was very important. For example, fear, anger, attraction, mating, bonding, important. After we realized we cannot exist alone as a tribe, we have to learn to reach out. We have to learn to reach out. And then later, much later, some people learn to go beyond themselves, like self-transcendence, sacrificing oneself for the sake of the other, giving up one for the sake of the other. That is what humanizes us. And then in this last, we got wholeness. Now, wholeness is a paradigm where we realize everything is connected to me. Whenever I see one person, I see that person as my brother and my sister, an extension of myself. When I see nature, I see it as part of me. Now, this paradigm may never come. Which paradigm? This may never come. So we will be somewhere over here. If you remember Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's here. Basic needs, social needs, self-transcendent needs. So the more we are here and here, we can say we are evolving. The more we are here, we are not. The more I'm concerned about myself, the more there is selfishness, more fear, more anger. I'm only in a survival mode. I'm only in a survival mode. Last slide. Last slide. I just want to talk about love. I think all of us love, no? Love. Now let's look at love. The emotional challenge for us. Now, the challenge for us is proportionate use of survival emotion. It is not as if survival emotions like fear and anger are not needed. We need them, but we need to use them proportionately as per the situation. And optimum use of social emotions. Think about love now. Do we need love? What is love? What's love? Anybody has been in love? What is love? A sense of well-being brought about by care and concern for self and the other. Anybody wants to do research, please take this definition. A sense of well-being brought about by care and concern for self, and so each concept will have to kind of explicate on that. Now, love can be here, passive, cold, indifferent, apathetic. In other words, this survival mode. I'm only concerned about myself. I don't want to give up myself to, so I remain passive, cold. Why bother about others? So I remain closed. It can be here also. It can turn to desire, lust, infatuation, obsession, jealousy, possessiveness. Again, this is survival because all I'm bothered about is my pleasure. My pleasure. Or it can be here, care, concern, kindness, affection, attraction. Now here we can say we are growing. Here we can say we are still in survival mode because here I'm only concerned about myself here and here. Finally, friends, keep in mind we are not only biological creatures. We are not only subject to evolution. We are not simply subject to evolution. We are also intellectual creatures. In other words, we can think. Those of you who are familiar with REBT or CBT and all of that, you will realize how we can help our thoughts to moderate our emotions. How it is not A that creates C, but B that creates C, the belief system. So it's like we're moral creatures. We know to distinguish between right and wrong, good and bad. And finally, we are spiritual beings. We realize there's something greater and powerful than each one of us. It is when we're able to integrate all of this together, we'll be able to talk about emotional intelligence in a much deeper way. Because as I was mentioning, sometimes some of us may operate only from here. If you're operating only from here, we are concerned only about your survival, a basic instinct. We realize we are all of this. This is what evolution or change or transformation is all about. We grow, we change, we transform, we touch lives. We use our emotions as tools to reach out to others, to help others to grow and become better and better. As I was saying, as a species, it is difficult. The debate can be both ways, whether we have changed or not changed, become better or not become better. So it is open for us to think for ourselves whether we are using our emotions to be better people. Finally, with all my emotions, this and this, thank you. Yes. Can remove that. I'll simply remove full.
Thank you, sir. We will now open the floor for questions and answer round. Participants, please feel free to raise your hand and ask questions to our speaker. A mic will be passed around.
Any questions? Yes.
Yes. Father, in fact, that was a pretty controversial subject the way I see it, because what you're saying actually is that the way people were many millions of years ago, in some way or the other, we still have it. I don't know, I thought it was not such an optimistic view in that sense. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I think that on the one hand, the first world has moved up the value chain in many ways, not only economically, but also the way they respect people, the way education happens, a lot of other things as compared to, say, third world countries. But then today, even the first world countries are doing things which are crazy, which possibly third world countries will not do, right? So I'm just wondering, where is the balance in all of this? Yeah, for us. Yeah.
I believe the balance will come when we have got a critical mass. In other words, more people who are a little more sensitive, little more social in their orientation, little more enlightened about how to deal with others. We need a critical mass. Like, for example, if there are 100 people, we need at least some 30 people who make what is called the critical mass to bring about a change. So as long as the majority are not kind of enlightened, then we'll continue along the way of only the survival mode. It's like the kill or be kill, or the law of the jungle, which in the year 2000 things look much better. 25 years later, we're in a much more, what you call, in a precarious kind of world. In other words, friends, if you realize our downfall and shortcomings is not because of being weak things. Simple things were I'm not able to handle my anger, not able to handle my fear, not able to be happy sometimes, not able to come out of my sadness. So our failures are because our failures vary from our emotional failures. I had a lot of marriage counseling, and in marriage counseling, nothing really happens. When the people come for counseling and you sit down with them, you realize nothing seriously. It's the small things that lead to big crises. They're not able to talk, share, show concern, affection, because the ego comes. So it is simple things, emotional failures that are going to bring us down. When we have a critical mass, maybe more than 30 people out of 100, then maybe something will come.
So in fact, that's a very valid point I think you're making, because it's like there was a Christ, or there is a Christ, and who influenced a large part of the world. The same way with so many prophets before and after him. And today we still have a lot of, I don't know, strong on EI or spiritual beings, whatever you call it, who have had an influence. For example, I'm giving an example. Sadhguru, for example. He's got a great influence and a large following within the country and outside the country also, who in some way or the other is making an influence on them. So while you're talking about the 30 and the 100, I'm just speaking out loud, saying that there are certain individuals who possibly have a much greater influence to create a better world here and now.
That is true. When we have a spiritual orientation, maybe from any religious tradition, but each one can influence. We should talk about, when we talk about leadership today, we talk about the power, ability to influence others to a certain goal. That people can be from any tradition, any place, any race, any culture, any religion.
We would like to sincerely thank our esteemed speaker, Dr. Tony Menezes, for his enlightening session on evolution and emotional intelligence. Your insights have greatly enhanced our understanding of the significance of emotional intelligence in today's world. We are truly grateful for your time and for sharing your valuable knowledge with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. We shall now begin with our paper presentations. Our moderator for today is Sir James Selvaraj and Dr. M.T. Lawrence. I invite Ashwin to please take over.
Do you need the mic? James Selvaraj Raju is an educator, researcher, and coach based in Guwahati. He currently trains students for UPSC, APSC, SSC, and banking exams. He has taught undergraduate and postgraduate courses in commerce and economics, introduced global economic environment at Symbiosis Center for Management and Studies, and served as a subject expert for Pune's University Career Advancement Scheme. He has written 3 books on UPSC syllabus. His research spans human development, economic of happiness, and gender-based violence in Northeast India. Through teaching, coaching, and scholarship, he promotes academic excellence and societal awareness. He has also held various responsible positions at various levels and guided and supports a great number of people. I request Ms. Shine Sayed to felicitate such a remarkable person, Sir James Selvaraj, with a token of our appreciation. Today's moderator again. Now let me introduce our second moderator, Dr. M.D. Lawrence. Dr. M.D. Lawrence, a distinguished academician and education leader with over 33 years of experience in higher education. He served as the founder, vice chancellor of Dr. P.A. Inamdar University, Pune, and has remarkable contributions to commerce and management education. A prolific author and researcher, he has written over 40 books and published more than 100 research papers. Through this leadership, scholarship, and commitment to academic excellence, Dr. Lawrence continues to inspire students and educators alike. I request Mrs. Rupali Nawale to felicitate such a remarkable person, Dr. M.D. Lawrence, with a token of appreciation. I request Sir James Selvaraj to take over.
ये recording के लिए ना voice to use this. Use this no for talking.
So good afternoon, everyone. We have done a very long sessions from morning, lot of enlightenment from experts. And now we are going to have the shorter version, the paper presentation. And before even I start, I must first acknowledge that we'll be moderating. For me, it's an honor to be moderating with Dr. our sir. I can't even take his name, not worthy to take his name. He is such an honored person. Because when we were starting to do research, he gave us a talk on how to do research. So today it's my pleasure, sir, Lawrence sir, to be also with you in this session. As I was told by the college during this seminar, I need to throw some lights on administration and emotional intelligence. I will not take too much time because we have heard a lot of things. Then it will be like a heavy rain came, water flowed all over the street, and what happened in the evening? All washed away and fully dry. So I will try to reduce the heavy flow of the water. Right. So we'll make it shorter and simpler and sweeter. So now few points just for understanding. Now some of you will be working in some organization. Yeah. Later on you will become administrator like coordinator, yeah, principal or
team manager, whatever, different aspects. One thing that many studies and researchers have found out, for a successful industry or organization, one major challenge is this one: sharing of knowledge with your juniors, sharing of your skill with your next generation. Suppose, for example, you take a administrative setup, industry or office. Let's take like Shine ma'am, she is going to retire, she told me just today. Now, the next person who is going to take over the job, will she hand over her knowledge, expertise inside matters? Very big question. Sometimes what happens, I purposely don't share, so the next fellow will suffer. Let him suffer, let her suffer, so then they will realize how important I am and what a mistake they have done. And this is lack of emotional intelligence. I hope I have given the point to the straight on the nail head, right? So one research which talks about organizational structure, be it banking, be it college, be it industry, anywhere, this is a big issue. So now if you look at this one, some studies are, this is a very beautiful quote, I like this. A well-organized company or organization or industry is not a group of just a few individuals that becomes a crowd, but it is a cooperation of individuals with emotional intelligence. If you have a company or any organization, like today this program is running successfully, very short period, 20 days they have organized. Why? It is not just a group of few people who did it, but there was a lot of cooperation of individuals who could make it successful, and that requires emotional intelligence. Another important point here to highlight, according to Fox and Spector, their research, individuals with a high emotional intelligence are more successful in their interaction. That has been already said by quite a few. So, looking into the next point, this is the key point that I want to talk about. According to Hubwall, the individuals sometimes do not share their knowledge. Why? Because they try to maintain or protect their position in the company. Some of you will experience, some of you must have experienced, or in future you will experience when you are in administration. How do we achieve this? Passing on the information, the skills, the inside matter to the next generation. Okay. So now for an organization or an industry to be successful, passing on the knowledge becomes an important criterion. Now, individuals also, an important concept here they have developed. What is this concept? It is called knowledge ownership. Some people think that particular knowledge I have, particular wisdom I got, what they call trade secret, they try to keep it as their ownership and they will not share it with anyone else. But the question is, are you working for yourself or are you working for the company or organization or wherever you are working for? So if an individual is emotionally not intelligent or not grown up, he or she will work for herself and himself rather than the organization. Then the organization will be a failure. There will be lack of coordination, lack of information gap, communication gap. So today, emotional intelligence not only applies to our own growth. In organizational setup, we are administration talking about the organization's growth. So in this context, retaining knowledge, if you see, is also counted as unethical behavior from the point of view of certain people when they prioritize their own interest instead of the organization's interest. So the big challenge lies here. According to Wong and Cabra's research, company can lose valuable knowledge if it does not properly motivate the employees. Challenge to our director here. How will you motivate your employees so that your organization will be successful, so that they will work together and also share the knowledge, information with the others? And that's a very interesting finding they have done. Now the solution also is here. What is the solution? If individuals feel job security or they have reached a level of what we can say trust of their organization, then they will not have the fear complex, some other superiority complex, unwillingness to share the complex. So those things will go away. They will rather work as a team. So administration, when you talk about emotional intelligence, these are very subtle challenges which global organizations, companies have realized and they are working on it. So plenty of research have been done on this. So these kind of areas are the new areas open when we talk about emotional intelligence in business organization. So now what is emotional intelligence? That already so many have discussed. I am not going to spend time on that. Now I am going to talk about the next point. The first one I said sharing of knowledge, passing on your knowledge to the next generation is one challenge in organization success, that is emotional intelligence. Second aspect. So simple question, what do we see here? We see here two aspects. And this is the today ka major problem faced last say 2 months. If you have been watching the global market, what has happened in US and what is happening in Indian, say our industry and our especially Pune, Bangalore IT sector, I'm coming to that industry point of view. One side here we see the heart, that is what we discussed from morning, emotional intelligence. Other side, what you see here is the symbols of our brain. So this is the combination of two things. One is the emotion and other one is what we call the intelligence of AI. The artificial intelligence along with emotional intelligence. So now we are talking about EI at workplace. In the EI at workplace, my point is not the EI proper. So many our experts have discussed from morning. I am talking about this one, automation and AI. So what has happened in the last 2 months? Indians and people all over the world have lost a lot of jobs. In which sector? Why? Which AI? Yes, loudly, I could not hear. That AI technology, some name is there. ChatGPT is now quite old. Last 1 month, I am giving you latest current affair. I am used to the civil service current affair, all the time we talk about current affair. There is one company in America called Anthropic, and they came out with a new AI tool called Claude. Now they said Claude is not just a helper like ChatGPT which gives you answer. Claude will replace your work. Today if I am doing certain analysis and giving out certain things, tomorrow I need not do that. My job will be just wiped out and Claude will do my job. Okay. It means already in Indian IT sector, millions have lost their jobs and our IT market has completely crashed. You take TCS, Wipro, Infosys, whatever, including the big companies like Persistent, everything is gone flat. Now comes the challenge. Now many are studying, thinking I will join the IT sector, I will become computer expert, I will do coding. You won't be required down the line of 6 months. That jobs are already obsolete. So forget about it. No need to learn any more coding because Claude will do the coding. You don't have to do. Now comes the question, if AI is going to stay, Do we have anything to do as human beings? This is the new area for research, for those who want to do research. So now there is a beautiful survey done by a company or a research. It is called Cape Gemini Research Institute. They have surveyed about 750 executives and 1,500 employees across the globe, major countries. I will quickly share what is their finding. So now, if you look at this one, today we are, हम लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं? What we are trying to say that there is AI, there is automation. In this situation, in this world, what is required? What is required is now emotional intelligence skill, which AI cannot have. Now, suppose you type in Google and ask, is Prime Minister Modi corrupt? AI will give you some new information, but the AI will not know in what context the question is asked. If you ask the same question to somebody else, he will not give you the same answer. Why? Human beings can only do judgment. AI cannot do judgment. That is the difference between AI and our human intelligence. So AI ka interpretation is based on data. You feed the data, it will analyze the data, it will give you the result. Have you seen the movie Robo, Rajnikant? So there is one particular scene where he fails beginning itself. Can anybody tell me the scene? There is a fire in the building. He goes and rescues a girl. His mission is to rescue. He doesn't realize that she was not having any clothes to cover. Will a human being rescue her like that? We need to think there. So Robo, AI, will just take a decision based on the information. That's what I'm trying to say. AI cannot judge where you and I can judge. So now many scholars are saying in future, if AI is going to replace our job, what you and I are going to do? Our challenge and our scope and our future is the EI, emotional intelligence. So today companies will search for people, organizations will search for people who have emotional intelligence. Rest of the work will be done by AI. So tomorrow your certificates of qualification and top skills will be invalid. Claude will do that. So what they will ask you? They will ask you whether you have emotional intelligence. So that is what I'm trying to say. This seminar opens that ground for research. In the context of AI, what are the requirements for EI and how will you as a company ka administrator, manager assess your employees on EI? We need to do research. Clear? So that is the topic. We are opening it up. So now there are some research that says organizations benefit from employees who have a high level of EI. How? It increases the productivity, employee satisfaction, company ka market share, and reduced conflict with the management. Employees also benefit, workers also benefit. How? Well-being, reduced fear of job loss, more openness also to change. Very key word. Very often in an organization, people don't want to change. And if you force it, it will go into morcha, resistance, shutdown. So this is the challenge for administration. So now researchers are trying to come out with, therefore they are saying the only way you can do all this is by developing EI skills in your employees. So now the point is roadmap. This is where research I'm saying should be now taken. First one, how do you customize the learning programs to integrate EI and make them accessible to all employees in an organization? So do we have a models? Do we have a samples for this, we have to create. That opens the research. Second, modify recruitment process to include evaluation of EI. So those who are sitting in asking interview questions in a company, should they have now more questions on EI? Not just looking at your profile. I have done graduation here, masters there in this university, that university. Tomorrow it will be useless. Clear? So now this is a new area. And next one, apply an EI lens while you promote person to higher level. Now these are the ideas which have to be researched. Practically, how do you do it? So this seminar, therefore, I want it to be an open topic for people to come out with paper writing in future. We are opening up all these areas for further research. Now, this particular study, they have said that according to their understanding, if you see here, so many executives who believe that EI will become a must-have skill in future. If you have the EI skill, then only your employability will increase. So that brings one thesis for PhD. EI is a necessary component of employability. Your hypothesis null, sir is there. I shouldn't speak about all that technical parts. You can test your null hypothesis by finding out whether there is a correlation, right? So according to executives in India, EI will become a must-have skill because your other skills will be replaced by AI. Are you getting it? So the interface between AI and EI becoming a challenge. So many countries said that AI cannot replace the EI. The next one, if you look at here, to what extent will automation and AI lead to increase in demand for EI? How many times the demand for EI will increase? Okay. In India, it will increase 8-fold than what currently is required. See, currently people are looking at your qualification certificate and taking you for a job. Now, what the research is trying to say, in future, the requirement or your employability will be many-fold multiplied by requirement for emotional intelligence, specifically in India, 8.3 times. Also, what extent automation and AI will lead to increase in demand for emotional intelligence? These are sector-wise. So if you look at the sector, our commerce students can look into this more. Insurance sector 6.4 times, retail banking 6 times, automotive 6 times, other general retail customer products, fast moving consumer goods, FMGC industry, and utility services 5.7 times. So now alag sector mein different sectors are going to have an increase in demand for the EI based skills. Okay. Now, share of organization which are conducting training in emotional intelligence. So it has become a part already. Earlier we were teaching them computer skill, this skill, that skill. Today we are going to start a new thing, what we call EI skill. So countries like India, you can see the fourth one, it is coming up to 43 for the senior management, and the green one is for the normal employees. So today countries and companies have started with the training of EI. Okay. So emotional intelligence therefore offers a big benefit to organization and the workforce. So I am just saying the future in EI study will be how are we going to work on that. So now I conclude quickly with this last slide. Well, my point, I said I want to just speak it to the what is the point. AI is taking care of all our basic jobs. What is left more is very complex and it only demands EI, emotional intelligence. So AI provides you the basic and EI offers you the breakthrough. Okay. So with that, I conclude our discussion on administration, industry, the AI, what is its role? Okay, so with that I conclude this paper.
Now we request Sir James and Dr. Lawrence to moderate the presentations. Before we begin the presentations, a quick note on timing and structure. Each presenter has 7 minutes total. 5 minutes for the core presentation and 2 minutes for conclusion. A warning bell will sound at 5 minutes. Please structure your talk to include your title, objectives, key findings, and conclusions. Thank you.
So you have to come here because they will not be able to see online.
Everyone present here. Today, our topic for the presentation is relationship between the three variables. One of it, which is our topic for today, emotional intelligence, perceived stress, and life satisfaction. So let me just introduce our members of the group. We have Andrea Vaz, who is also presenting with me today. My name is Ossie. And we have other three members, Donald Christopher, Emma Shikalkar, and Mishti Dolis. So basically, why we have included these three variables and who all are our participants. So our participants range between the age group of 18 to 27, which comes under young adulthood. So young adulthood is the stage where most of the stressors or there's a transition that takes place. So hence these three variables will be very apt for this presentation. As I previously mentioned, the three variables are perceived stress, life satisfaction, and emotional intelligence. So the hypothesis, the first correlation that we have done in Pearson's model of correlation is between perceived stress and emotional intelligence. So what the hypothesis actually says is that as the stress factor increases, the emotional intelligence of the person will gradually decrease and vice versa. So this shows that there should be a negative correlation, and null hypothesis proves that there is no correlation. So let's see what our results are. Our participant sample size was 30. As I told, the young adults, so between the age of 18 to 26, 27. And our correlation comes down to negative 5.9, 0.59, which is a significant moderate correlation, which shows that the stress factor of individuals which have increased consistently, their emotional intelligence has also decreased, and same vice versa. So the hypothesis is proved.
Next, we looked at the positive side of the spectrum, where it is life satisfaction in comparison to emotional intelligence. So we hypothesized that the higher the emotional intelligence, that would lead to a greater life satisfaction. So our findings in our results, we got a correlation of Pearson correlation of 0.458, where this yielded a p-value of 0.011, indicating a statistically significant yet moderate positive correlation. So this suggests that those who are in tune with their emotions and the emotions of others generally report higher levels of happiness and fulfillment in their daily lives. So to give a context to these numbers, let us look at who participated in our study. So as Aussie had already mentioned, we have surveyed 30 individuals, 30 participants who are predominantly from the emerging adulthood, that is from 18 to 27, and we had a mean age of 21.4. So a sample included not only students, but also working professionals to get a broader view of what early adulthood meant. So a group consisted of 21 males and 9 females. And we used convenience sampling, but maintained rigor by excluding anyone who self-reported severe mental health conditions to ensure that our data reflected perceived stress in the general population. So this table shows the raw scores collected from our 30 participants across the perceived stress, life satisfaction, and emotional intelligence scale. So if you look at the individual rows, you see, for example, participant 11, you can see a trend where a high EI score of 48 corresponds with a very high SWS score of 28 and a moderate PSS score. So conversely, a lower EI score aligns frequently with higher stress scores, which provides the basis for our correlation studies. So why does this matter? The implications of our research extend to 4 major areas. Firstly, for psychology, where it adds that the theoretical framework of emerging adulthood and how emotional traits influence life outcomes. Secondly, mental health, where EI training can be a proactive intervention for stress reduction. 3, for education, where schools and universities could benefit from incorporating emotional intelligence training into their curriculum to support student well-being. And lastly, in daily life, where for individuals, it highlights that emotional regulation isn't just a soft skill, but is something that leads to a more satisfied life. So to wrap up, this research underscores that emotional intelligence is not just an innate trait, but a very important resource for navigating through the complexities of life. By strengthening our ability to understand and regulate our emotions, we can actively reduce the impact of stress and build a more satisfying life. I'll leave you all with one thought from William James, where he says that the greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another. Thank you for your time. We are happy now to take any questions that you may have.
First of all, on behalf of Mr. James and myself, I am overwhelmed to see your presentation. It is indeed a very good presentation. 7 of you have put your heads together. I mean, put your heads or your hearts also together. I think both. So it was a very wonderful presentation, particularly at a student level. I want to ask you one straight question. Did you take any help of any faculty?
Since this was a part of our coursework,
very good.
So we worked further with the help of our coordinator, Ms. Rupali, since she's our psychology professor. Under her guidance.
So congratulations to her also and to you also. Very wonderful work done. In such a short time, you have done all these things. It's indeed great. But I was wondering, you have taken only 9 girls in the study. Any reason, any particular reason for that?
Since we took convenience sampling, we couldn't have a more 50-50 with both genders. So if we go ahead further with our research, we will
research.
see to that our
You'll
sampling
maintain the
is-
gender equity.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So now, apart from this research and whatever you have found out, what are the other takeaways you learnt? Now, don't speak for yourself, for your entire group.
What have you learned?
What have you learnt? Any AI skills you have learnt for doing research on AI?
I think the fact that AI training should be given to various like institutions, research centers and all, because they really impact.
No, you're speaking about giving and you're recommending. I'm talking about you 7 people. What did you all learn amongst yourselves?
I think we learned the compatibility factor of getting along with each other.
Very good.
Through the strengths and weaknesses and using each person's strength in the area of research. Like, for example, someone's good in PPT making, someone's good in research, someone's good in interacting with the participants and so on.
Very good. So once again, congratulations. Keep it up. We are indeed proud of you. And I'm sure faculty members will take your example and do better research. Thank you very much. Good.
So now we move on to the next one. Since it's a national seminar, we have a lot of participants. So the next one is an online presentation. So we have an online presentation and the person who is going to present is Ketki Deshmukh. And the topic is a study of the role of emotionally intelligent leadership in promoting technological innovations and social development in small and medium enterprises, basically the MSME. So we invite Ketki Deshmukh to present the paper.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody, respected dignitaries, all the faculty members, students, and everybody present here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my research paper. I will now just share my screen. Just a minute.
So you can increase the volume. You can increase the volume a little bit in your system.
Yes, sir. So is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Full screen is not visible.
Yes, I'll just do that, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm Ketki Deshmukh and I am a PhD research scholar. And the topic of my research paper today that I will be presenting on is a study of the role of emotionally intelligent leadership in promoting technological innovations and social development in small and medium enterprises. So we will be going through the objectives, methodology, a little bit of background and literature review, results, discussions, and the conclusion. The objective of my study, So the main objective of my study is to firstly understand the concept of emotional intelligence and emotionally intelligent leader, understand the importance of emotionally intelligent leaders in startups and SMEs, and analyze that what impact does emotional intelligence of the leaders have on the technological innovations and social development in the small and medium-sized enterprises. So this is basically a qualitative research that I have done. So we have already, we have now understood what exactly the emotional intelligence is. Now this was this term first came in 1990. Then it was popularized across by Mr. Daniel Goleman in 1995 in his book. And basically emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, manage, not only one's own emotions but also others, and also influence them. They are predominantly the key 5 key components of emotional intelligence, which are self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, motivational skills, and social skills. We have already, we've spoken a lot about it, so that's why I'm not going into the depth right now. Now, important question is, what is emotionally intelligent leaders? We have heard about various types of leadership throughout, but there is something known as emotionally intelligent leaders, and why is it important? So, a leader in an organization, that can be a manager or a team leader, a founder, the startup owner, anybody who basically has who inculcates these 5 key components of emotional intelligence, especially self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, social skills, motivation skills. The person uses this not only to manage his own emotions, but also understands the team's emotions and influences them to perform, to ensure and to get a good performance, is what an emotionally intelligent leader is. And this is basically the emotional intelligent leaders, they take care, they understand how the dynamics work, considering the employees, their emotions, they understand their own triggers in this, they understand the pulse of what the organization and the employees, their juniors or employees have, and based on that they drive together. They take along the employees and they drive together to get a good performing teams. Now, what are predominantly the characteristics of the emotionally intelligent leaders? They are self-aware. They recognize what affects their behavior, what are the triggers. They know that what are their strengths and weaknesses. Then we have self-regulation. They control the impulsive reactions and manage emotions effectively, because they know that obviously the leaders' emotions basically percolate down towards the down to the employees. So they know how to control their emotions. They remain calm under pressure and respond very thoughtfully rather than reacting emotionally. Motivation, another, is a very, very important aspect for any organization, because they say that an efficient leader leads by example, and they motivate the employees. So an emotionally intelligent leader basically motivates the employees. They don't push them to get things done, but they do it in a very motivated manner, so that the entire goals are achieved in a very optimistic manner. Empathy is to understand each other's feeling, understand what is the pulse of the employees, if what are they feeling under pressure, if there is something that they require. So they understand what exactly the employees need, and then they work accordingly, they take decisions accordingly. Social skills, absolute clear communications and building strong relationship, so that also helps them in managing conflicts effectively and encouraging collaboration. Adaptability, organizations face they face a very dynamic culture. There are lots of external and internal factors, so adaptability, especially from an SME's perspective, is very, very important. Then constructive feedback. So this is always, it's always said that emotional intelligence is something which is which can always be developed. And how a leader can develop his own emotional intelligence, or an individual can develop emotional intelligence, is constructive feedback. So that this promotes, and obviously the leader also gives the feedback to the employees. So this helps in a harmonious growth. Then we have conflict management. So the person, because he's aware of all the strengths and weaknesses, he understands what things are, how the environment is. So the conflict management, an emotionally intelligent leader is able to do the conflict management very calmly and fairly, focusing on the solution. And because of all these aspects, they have positive influence on the employees and on the organization. So there is an atmosphere of trust and a positive climate amongst in the organizations. and resilience is something, the way they cope up with the stress, setbacks, and uncertainty while maintaining their composure. So why now? I'll just first say that what exactly are SMEs? SMEs are not, they are like the small, they're the and medium enterprises. They include startups as well, and they are very crucial for our economy because they contribute towards job creation, innovation, economic growth, and even like Make in India. There are various ventures that are possible because of them. So they are the building blocks of our economy. So there, and why is it so important in SMEs is because that SMEs. I'll take this first. So SME, basically what happens is that there are a lot of challenges that.
Ketki, just 1 second. You have 1 minute left.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Just
So-
quickly, if you can summarize the key points.
Sure, sir, sure. So I'll just go through this particular slide. Why is important regarding this? So the SMEs face a lot of constraints. Like there's high attrition, high pressure, burnouts, resource constraints, etc. So that is the reason why it is very important to have an emotionally intelligent leader who can handle everything very, very calmly and very effectively for the long-term development. And so what happens is because of all these, all these skills that an emotionally intelligent leader has, so that actually helps. I'll just go through this. So that actually helps them to create a very positive and a psychological safe environment. There's a lot of employee engagement. Then employee job satisfaction is there. There is a lot of creativity that comes into the employees, which encourages experimentation. There is collaboration and knowledge sharing and better employee and customer understanding. And in turn, when you have such a good atmosphere, when the teams are performing good, so automatically it helps to it helps in technological innovation and social developments because there are lots of new ideas. Like we know that most of the innovative ideas today come from the startups or the SMEs. So that is only because of this particular aspect of the leaders drive are predominantly responsible for that. And then there's inclusive growth, creative problem solving. So all these are the aspects, so they all are interrelated. So I think that is it. So I think I'll end my presentation with this only, that emotional intelligent leadership is one of the most effective leadership.
All right, Madam Ketki, your time is
Yes,
over.
sir. Okay, sir.
Your topic for this paper was good, but
Yes.
there are some technical flaws in your presentation, particularly you're a research student. Your very first slide, you're calling it agenda. In a research paper, you don't call it as an agenda, you call it as contents.
Okay.
And secondly, in the second last slide of yours, it is not result and discussions. You don't have results and discussions. You have either findings, conclusions, and then recommendations. So please follow the research pattern, follow the research this thing. And this seems to be a very conceptual, theoretical paper because it doesn't mention of any hypothesis. Can you tell me what is a sample?
I have done a qualitative this thing.
Qualitative, you did not mention that, and qualitative if you have done that. And for further improvement of this paper, because the topic is good and you're analyzing, exploring emotional leadership and its effectiveness in SMEs. So you'll have to define your population, your sample, and at the same time, really use some statistical tools to get the accurate results.
Yes, sir.
Just one minute. My colleague here also wants to give some inputs.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's a good topic, but you have to work on it, particularly when you're a research student. So do that and follow the research norms.
Yes, sir. So I had a little time constraint. That's why I'll definitely work on the input, sir. Thank you.
Okay, see, one more thing I want to ask you. You said it is only for SME. So doesn't it apply to large industries?
It does, sir. Of course, it does. Large industries.
So how do you justify the topic?
So my focus, I wanted to focus only on the SMEs dominant. but of course it applies to all, applies across organizations for sure.
Okay, and another thing you have not mentioned, what is the concept of definition of SME?
Okay.
SME is now, new definition is given by the government since last budget. Based on the turnover as well as the investment.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay, fine. Okay, otherwise it was a good thing and a good attempt at presenting a paper, an idea of emotional intelligence for leadership for success of SME. Thank you. Okay, so let's give a big hand to. Now we go to the next presentation, number 3. This will be jointly presented by Priya and Andrea Vaz. So we invite Priya and Andrea, and their topic is general well-being and emotional intelligence. So I also request the participants to ask some questions, doubts, so it becomes active participation. Okay, you don't have to be afraid. Okay, so let's start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present our research on topic that is becoming increasingly vital in our fast-paced academic world: general well-being and emotional intelligence. Among students, our research led by Priya Gorude with assistant Shruti Gorude and Andrea Vaz focuses especially on students between age 14 to 23 years. Understanding the core concept, introduction, general well-being and emotional intelligence. Our hypothesis and variable in this study, we tested 2 main ideas. Hypothesis 1, there is a significant relationship between emotional intelligence and general well-being. And hypothesis 2, students with higher emotional intelligence will naturally show higher level of overall well-being. Our independent variable, emotional intelligence, dependent variable, general well-being, and the control variable, age group, educational environment, and the student population. Next. The background of okay. Next. Methodology. Together, our findings, we distribute questionnaire to a group of school and college students via Google Form. We use to establish psychology scale. One is general well-being scale and other is emotional intelligence scale. And ask participants to respond honestly using a 5-point Likert scale. Next. The objective and component. Why this matters? Our primary goal was understand how EI affect a student's mental health and to create awareness about its importance. When we look at well-being, we are just looking at one thing. We are looking at physical, social, and psychological health. And the EI key pillars are self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skill. Implications. Measuring emotional intelligence and well-being among students help psychologists, counselors, teachers, parents, and researchers to understand how emotional skill influence general well-being, academic adjustment, and social relationship. And components are general well-being, physical well-being, emotional, social, psychological, and educational and occupational well-being. or emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, and empathy and social skill. Thank you. My research is ongoing because EI is some study I going to through because nowadays there is exams are there, so I'm not connected with so many students which I already connected with.
Anyway, it's a good attempt. Congratulations to both of you. This you mentioned about Likert scale.
Yes, sir.
What are the 5 options there?
Strongly disagree.
Strong, which starts with
Strongly disagree.
no, strongly agree. Or this,
1, 2, 3, 4.
yeah,
like that.
5 points.
Yeah.
Achha, okay, now that's okay. You know the components.
Yeah.
Now, when you use the Likert scale, which statistical test you applied? Did you apply the chi-square test? For further research, when you do that, whenever a Likert scale is used, the chi-square test will help you. Now you're in this thing, but anyway, a very good attempt, and your findings should be sharper. Though you did a small study, but your findings should be general well-being and emotional intelligence. Particularly, you should prove it with percentage of students were having expressing general well-being, etc. That way. But it's a good attempt. Congratulations. Any questions from the audience? See, students are doing this in a very nice manner. So why don't you get motivated to ask some questions? Well done. Please give them a big hand. 1 minute.
I'm very.
He will encourage you.
Thank you, my Rupali ma'am.
Yes.
I'm
But
very well in speaking English.
no problem. You have done a good job.
Marathi.
Sir will motivate you further by 2, 3 more appreciated words. Yes.
See, there was one famous example story, like anecdote we can say. Somebody used to tell me, I always remember, there was some exam conducted in Oxford University or somewhere writing an essay. The first topper wrote about the essay was on courage. So he wrote only one sentence, this is courage. Sitting and writing exam, that is courage. So you standing up there and speaking in English without being familiar, that is emotional maturity. Already you are moving into the emotional maturity. How to handle your fear, how to understand, you are self-aware. You see, already you are, what father was talking morning, self-awareness. You are able to understand yourself. That is the first step. So great, congratulations. So now we proceed to the online presentation. So the team will set up the next presentation. Meantime, I will announce. So the next presentation is by MD Abdul Latif, Mohammad Abdul Latif. So topic is emotional intelligence for leadership and government.
Yes, sir. I am present, sir.
Okay, so your time limit is 5+1. You can start and try to summarize rather than going into very minute details.
ठीक है
5+2, so 7 minutes maximum.
ठीक है.
Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Mohammad Abdul Latif, PhD research scholar.
Your video is still.
Mike.
We are not able to see. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, you are on a bike. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
My name is Mohammad Abdul Latif, PhD scholar, Department of Islamic Theology, Al University, Kolkata.
Oh, from Kolkata.
My topic name, emotional intelligence for leadership and government. Introduction. Emotional intelligence involves understanding others in a social context in such a way that it enables one to detect nuance in emotional reactions and use this knowledge to influence others by controlling and regulation emotions. It is therefore a crucial element of the competence that are necessary for effective leadership and teamwork performance. Although the intelligence quotient is considered to be one of the most significant predicators of future such in life, the need for effective leadership has led researchers and scholars to seek another improvement tools. Studies such as those conducted by Goleman and competency assessments so that emotional competence account for 2 out of 3 essential skills for effective performance in a wide array of different job positions in companies around the world. Emotional intelligence and leadership. Since in conceptualization in the early 1990s, EI has been considered as a relevant and non-observable variable associated with organization's success. It is important to note how we manifest and control emotions. Several authors share multiple theoretical foundations on this issue, including awareness of our own emotions, awareness of others' emotions, and our understanding and ability to manage our emotions and those of others. The importance of emotions in the workplace has led researchers to increasingly recognize that effective leadership can also have a strong emotional commitment, making it vital for leadership to be emotionally intelligent. Conversely, effective leadership may depend heavily on a leader's ability to both proactively and reactively manage the emotion.
Okay, see, can you tell us what is your main findings and conclusion instead of reading the full detail?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Conclusion. This review of the selected articles indicates that the diversity of conceptuals of EI or intelligence can lead conductedly concept and may bears one's understanding of the contract. This diversity of concept is reflected in different measurement scales, thus resign the questions of compulsory compatibility of EI measure.
Okay, Mr. Latif, thank you. And we are creating history. For the first time, somebody is moving in a car. We're talking about emotional, you're emotional. On a bike, sorry. And anyway, it is appreciated. You're from Calcutta.
না আলিয়া ইউনিভার্সিটি
তুমি কেমন আছো?
আছি ভালো আছি স্যার আপনি কেমন
ভালো
আছেন
আছো?
স্যার
Okay. Now, listen, we are going to give you some suggestions. This
Okay,
is
sir.
a very descriptive paper. It's like an essay. You will have to reframe your aims and objectives, your statement of the research problem. You have to formulate proper hypothesis, relevant hypothesis, and at the same time define your population, universe, sample, type of sample, develop a proper questionnaire to find out the primary data, to get the primary data, and follow the research norms. So anyway, what you've done is a good thing, but now improve on it and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that was the online presentation from Kolkata. So now let's move on to offline. So now we have Jeremiah Lobo with the topic relationship between some psychological terms being used here. Alexis Mithia, anxiety, emotional intelligence. So mostly from psychology department, I suppose. Yes, so let's welcome them. Let's give a big hand. So it's a joint presentation by 2 authors. Okay, 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. This research was conducted by Megan Vaz, Jeremiah Lobo, and Leonard Lewis. We are students from TYK at St. Vincent College. Jeremiah and I will be presenting our research. Our study looks at the relationship between alexithymia, anxiety, and emotional intelligence in young adults. The aim of the study was to see whether difficulties in understanding emotions are related to higher anxiety and lower emotional intelligence. Now let us look at what alexithymia is. It refers to the difficulty in identifying and describing one's emotions. People with alexithymia often struggle to understand what they are feeling or to express what they are feeling clearly. Because of this, they may also find it harder to regulate their emotions or communicate their feelings in relationships. What is anxiety? It is a psychological state that involves feelings of worry, fear, and nervousness. It can include symptoms such as restlessness, tension, and difficulty concentrating. Anxiety is quite common among young adults, especially during periods of academic pressure and other life stressors. Emotional intelligence. This refers to the ability to understand and manage emotions, not just of yourself, but of other people's as well. People with higher emotional intelligence are usually better at regulating their emotions, handling stress, and maintaining healthy relationships. The rationale of this study is that emotional awareness plays an important role in mental health. People with alexithymia often struggle with identifying and expressing their emotions, which may make it difficult for them to manage stress and could increase anxiety. Emotional intelligence, on the other hand, helps individuals understand and regulate their emotions, and this study examines how these 3 variables are related. The importance of this study lies in understanding how emotional awareness and emotional intelligence are related to anxiety in young adults. By examining these relationships, the study contributes to research on emotional functioning and mental health. It also highlights the role of emotional intelligence in helping individuals better understand and manage their emotions. The main objectives of this study were to examine the relationships between alexithymia and anxiety, the relationship between emotional intelligence and anxiety, and the relationship between emotional intelligence and alexithymia. The hypothesis of the study was that higher levels of alexithymia would be associated with higher levels of anxiety, and that alexithymia would be negatively related to emotional intelligence.
Okay, now coming to the study included 50 participants between the ages of 18 to 24. 3 standardized tools were used to measure the variables. Alexithymia was measured using the Toronto Alexithymia scale. Anxiety was measured using the Generalized Anxiety Disorder scale, and EI was measured using the Wong and Law Emotional Intelligence scale. The data was analyzed using the Pearson correlation analysis to examine the relationships between the three variables. The results showed a positive correlation between alexithymia and anxiety with a value of 0.48, meaning that higher alexithymia was associated with higher anxiety. There was also a negative correlation between emotional intelligence and anxiety with a value of negative 0.39, suggesting that individuals with higher emotional intelligence tended to report lower levels of anxiety. Similarly, emotional intelligence and alexithymia showed a negative correlation of negative 0.43, which means that higher emotional intelligence was linked to lower levels of alexithymia. Now, the significance is that all three of the variables we studied were significant at 0.05 level. For the first correlation between alexithymia and anxiety, it showed a positive correlation wherein both variables rise together. It was a moderately strong correlation, whereas for emotional intelligence and anxiety and emotional intelligence and alexithymia, they both had negative correlations of minus 0.39 and minus 0.43, which indicates the higher the level of emotional intelligence, they had lower levels of stress and lower levels of alexithymia. Now, to conclude, the findings of the study support the proposed hypothesis. Alexithymia was positively related to anxiety, while emotional intelligence showed negative relationships with both anxiety and alexithymia. Overall, the results suggest that emotional intelligence may play an important role in understanding and managing emotions and maintaining psychological well-being. Thank you.
Congratulations, very well systematically presented. You have followed all the norms of a research paper and a wonderful work. I am tempted to ask you one question. What is the bibliography of this? Reference. Not data, bibliography.
Yeah.
You have done exceedingly well. It is just a question, just to ask you. Because you have done so wonderfully well. Among all the papers, your presentation is the best. Please give them a big hand. In research, why do you use bibliography?
To understand where you got your references from and to see whether
Very
they are-
good. Yes, you are on the right track. Well done. Congratulate your teacher, your team. Very well done. A little more words of praise from the main guru. 1 minute.
So you rightly said the bibliography is rather than saying that it is not my own, I have taken this from somebody else. So we acknowledge from where we have taken, otherwise it become amounts to copying, plagiarism, etc. So that difficulty will be there. Fine.
Special certificates. Yes.
And you have very systematically put down this area. So tell me one question. Why did you choose this particular area study? Any reason?
We thought it was it's an ongoing problem right now because anxiety levels in young adults are increasing significantly, which is why we thought it would be better to look into this and connect it with emotional intelligence.
So any suggestions you are giving for this study? Conclusion? So you have given correlation, positive, negative, whatever. Any suggestions?
To help them,
Yes.
they could use therapy, could do CBT and so on. Try to manage stress in various ways.
So when you submit the paper
Yes.
for the official thing, you can add some suggestions. Because findings are good, everything is good, give some suggestions for others.
Yes.
So the last paper for the presentation today, we have Sarah Ruth Swami and a group. So it's a joint paper. So the topic is emotional intelligence and academic performance, an exploratory study. So they will explore emotional intelligence and academic performance. So some correlation related, suppose.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our topic is emotional intelligence and academic performance. The research was conducted by me, Sarah Swami, Jolin Das, Trinity Fernandez, and Marisa Fernandez. We are students from SYBA in Vincent's College. So, introduction. Education is not only about intelligence or academic ability, but it also involves skills such as self-control, motivation, and the ability to manage stress. And this can influence the academic performance of students in a very big manner. An important concept that explains this phenomenon is known as emotional intelligence, and it refers to the ability to recognize, understand, and manage one's own emotions as well as the emotions of other people. According to Daniel Goleman, emotional intelligence plays a very important role in decision making, motivation, and social interaction. The concept of academic performance refers to a student's capacity to achieve educational milestones, and it is usually evaluated through stuff such as grades, tests, and overall academic performance. Rationale and significance. So the main reason that we conducted the main reason for conducting this study was that academic success is influenced by both intellectual abilities as well as emotional skills and social skills. Students with higher emotional intelligence are usually better at managing stress, staying focused, and maintaining motivation, while also building positive relationships with their teachers, with their peers, and other people that they interact with in the educational institutions, which helps to create a supportive background for their learning and academics. Understanding the relationships between emotional intelligence and academic performance is very important for in the context of educators and institutions for introducing programs that can help students to develop emotional skills also along with their academic knowledge. So the objectives were the following: emotional intelligence among students, which helping to understand how well students can manage, recognize, and regulate their emotions. The academic performance of students, which may include factors such as grades, tests, etc. And the relationship between emotional intelligence and academic performance. In other words, it tries to understand whether students with higher emotional intelligence tend to perform better academically. This is some of our literature review. Research methodology. The study used correlational research design in order to examine the relationship between emotional intelligence and academic performance. The sample that we used consisted of 50 students, which were selected using convenient sampling from various colleges. The tools that we used were the BEIS 10 test, developed by Davies, Lane, Davenport, and Scott, and the academic performance questionnaire, developed by Birchmeier, Glatton, and Hornbacher. This study used the Pearson's product moment correlation in order to analyze the relationship between variables. The hypothesis states that there is a significant positive relationship between emotional intelligence and academic performance, meaning that students that have a higher emotional intelligence are expected to have better academic performance. The other hypothesis states that there is no significant relationship between emotional intelligence and academic performance. The purpose of this statistical analysis was to test these hypotheses and to determine whether emotional intelligence truly influences students' academic performance or not. So the results of the study showed that emotional intelligence does have a positive relationship with academic performance. The correlation value is mentioned here, and it indicates a moderate positive relationship between the two variables. The significance value is also mentioned, which means that the results were statistically significant and they are unlikely to have happened by chance. According to our findings, it is fair to say that students with higher emotional intelligence result in not only better academic performance, but also ideally manage emotions, remain motivated, as well as handle stress effectively. This helps them focus on their studies and achieve desired results. So we obviously had a few limitations as well. Our sample size itself was relatively small and we had only 50 students. A larger sample may have provided a better and accurate generalizable result. The study used a convenience sampling and participants were selected based on convenience and availability rather than random selection, which may have limited the generalizability of the study itself. Academic performance specifically was measured through a questionnaire, which may have resulted in a responder's bias, and it may not have fully captured overall academic abilities of the students. To conclude, to basically sum up everything that has been mentioned, it is fair to conclude that EI truly has a significant positive relationship when it comes to academic performance. Students tend to perform better academically when they are able to manage their own emotions effectively. Apart from academics, emotional intelligence significantly helps students stay motivated, handle stress, improve concentration, as well as build positive relationships. Furthermore, emotional intelligence plays a key role in both academic success and social development. Thank you. And we also have our references mentioned.
Very good. Very good. Very systematically done. Very nice. In fact, I was just telling my colleague here that at SY level, if you're doing such a professional research work, you have to be commended, your teacher have to be commended. And I would like to make one observation. Some commerce students should also come up with this. Art students are coming up. Commerce students should also do this. You have done a wonderful job. It was a very good topic. The research involvement could be seen. Now, just out of academic interest, I just want to ask you, in your hypothesis, what is this H1 and what is the meaning of H1 and null hypothesis?
So the first hypothesis is the one that was more likely to be true.
Why you call the second one the null hypothesis?
Because it's not exactly common to see that hypothesis coming being significant or being researched as such, I would say. But the first hypothesis is more likely to be significant in terms of
Proved or
research and
unproved?
study. Yes.
Okay, good. And then I was very happy to see in this presentation, as compared to both online and offline, yours was the first presentation which talked about limitations. You included limitations, but you included limitations at a very later stage. It should have been earlier. And one more thing is missing. And it's just two paragraphs. It is also called assumptions.
Right.
Next time you remember that, assumptions. Well done. A big hand to all of you. And the last word from the chairperson.
I have one question, but you said emotional intelligence leads to academic performance. But is there any study you found out difference between men, women, gender?
We tried to focus our studies mostly on students because despite the differences between men and women, mostly the kind of issues and problems that a student would face would be more or less the same if you...
No. I'm asking male student and female student.
No, we have not conducted any specified research as such to make a difference between men and women. But
Your data sample, are they equal?
no, we had a majority of women.
So there could be a bias,
There could be, yes.
gender bias.
Yes, there could be.
Anyway, next time for future study, you can do that.
Okay.
Try to maintain gender equity everywhere.
Fine. That just wanted to know. Okay, it's a good study. Well done. And the same topic you can keep working, developing more. You can finish your PhD on that. Actually.
Okay.
So with that, we conclude the paper presentation session. Now I hand it over to the coordinator for the further proceedings.
It is with immense pleasure that I extend our gratitude to all the presenters who have presented their papers and their valuable discussions. I also extend our thanks to Sir James Selvaraj and Dr. M.D. Lawrence for smoothly moderating the presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Speaking.
And with that, that brings us to the end of day one. Thank you all for your active participation. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day two at 9:15 a.m. sharp. Everyone have a pleasant evening. Yeah, 9:15.